The storm had been raging for 3 days when the giant arrived. Harry Potter sat hunched in the corner of the rickety hut on the rock, watching Uncle Vernon pace like a caged animal, while Aunt Petunia wrung her hands and muttered about normal people not living in places like this. Dudley had claimed the mouldy sofa hours ago, and now snored loudly, apparently unbothered by the howling wind that rattled the walls with each gust. The sound of splintering wood made them all jump. The door, which Uncle Vernon had barricaded with a rusty bolt, hung askew on its hinges. Through the gap stepped the largest man Harry had ever seen, having to duck nearly in half to fit through the doorway. Water streamed from his wild hair and massive beard, and his coat looked as though it had seen better decades. Uncle Vernon grabbed the rifle he had been clutching and pointed it at the intruder with shaking hands. Not quite brave enough to fire, but too stubborn to lower it. The giant man straightened to his full height, which had to be at least 8 feet, and surveyed the small room with dark, beetle eyes. When his gaze fell on Harry, his craggy face split into a grin that would have been frightening on anyone else, but somehow seemed genuinely warm. "You must be Harry," the giant said, his voice carrying a distinct accent that Harry could not quite place. "Blimey, you look just like your father, except for those eyes." "Got your mother's eyes, you have?" Harry felt something twist in his chest at the mention of his parents, but before he could respond, Uncle Vernon found his voice. "I demand that you leave this instant," Vernon blustered, the rifle wavering in his grip. "You have no right to break into private property and terrorize law-abiding citizens." The giant man barely glanced at Uncle Vernon, instead focusing entirely on Harry. "Right then, Harry, my name's Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I've come to take you home." "Hogwarts," Harry repeated slowly. The word felt strange on his tongue, like something half-remembered from a dream. Aunt Petunia made a strangled sound. "Vernon, no. We agreed never to speak of that place." Uncle Vernon's face had gone an alarming shade of purple. "There will be no discussion of any such nonsense in my presence. The boy is perfectly normal and will remain so." Hagrid's expression darkened considerably. "Normal," he said, and there was something dangerous in his tone. "You call keeping a boy locked in a cupboard under the stairs normal? You call starving him and working him like a house elf normal?" Harry's blood ran cold. How could this stranger possibly know about the cupboard? Uncle Vernon's grip on the rifle tightened, but his hands were shaking so badly now that Harry doubted he could hit anything, even if he tried. "I don't know what lies you've been told," Uncle Vernon said, but his voice lacked its usual conviction. "But Harry has been raised in a loving home with every advantage we could provide." Hagrid let out a bark of laughter that held no humor whatsoever. "Every advantage? The boy's wearing clothes 3 sizes too big that look like they haven't been washed in months. He's thin as a rail, and I'd bet good money he's got scars from your loving care." Harry instinctively crossed his arms over his chest, acutely aware of the bruises that still decorated his ribs from his last punishment. Uncle Vernon's face cycled through several shades of red before settling on a mottled crimson. "You have no proof of any such allegations," Uncle Vernon stammered. "And even if you did, it would be none of your concern how we choose to discipline the boy." "Discipline?" Hagrid repeated flatly. "Is that what you call it when you lock an 11-year-old boy in his room for weeks at a time? When you feed him 1 meal a day if he's lucky? When you tell him his parents died in a car crash when they were actually murdered by the darkest wizard who ever lived?" The words hit Harry like a physical blow. His parents had been murdered? Not killed in a car accident, as he had always been told? The room seemed to spin around him as he struggled to process this revelation. Uncle Vernon was sputtering now, his face approaching a dangerous shade of purple. "You promised," Vernon said to Aunt Petunia. "You promised they would never contact us again after we took him in." "Took him in," Harry repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. "What do you mean? Took me in?" Aunt Petunia looked as though she might be sick. She shot a venomous glare at Hagrid before turning to Harry, with an expression that mixed guilt with long-standing resentment. "Your parents left you to us in their will," she said finally. "We had no choice but to take you in when they died." But that was not entirely true either, and Harry could see it in the way she could not meet his eyes. There was something more to this story, something they were still not telling him. Hagrid was watching this exchange with growing confusion. "Wait a minute," he said slowly. "What do you mean they left Harry to you in their will?" Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia exchanged a look that spoke of shared secrets and mutual guilt. It was Uncle Vernon who finally answered, his voice subdued for once. "We've been receiving monthly payments for his care since he arrived," Vernon admitted reluctantly. "Substantial payments, actually. More than enough to cover any expenses related to raising him." Harry felt as though the floor had dropped out from under him. They had been paid to take care of him. All these years of being told he was a burden, that they were doing him a tremendous favor by allowing him to live under their roof, and they had been receiving money for his care. Hagrid looked thunderstruck. "Payments? From who?" Uncle Vernon swallowed hard. "From someone called Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, I think. He said it was important that Harry be raised away from your world, that he needed to grow up humble and grounded in reality." The giant man's face had gone very pale beneath his tangled beard. "Dumbledore told you to raise Harry to be humble? What exactly did he tell you to do?" Aunt Petunia wrung her hands more violently. "He said the boy needed to understand that he was not special, that he should not develop an inflated sense of his own importance. He said that if Harry grew up knowing about his fame in your world, it would corrupt him and make him unsuitable for the destiny he was supposed to fulfill." Harry's mind was reeling. Fame? Destiny? What were they talking about? And why did it sound like this Professor Dumbledore had deliberately arranged for his miserable childhood? Hagrid was staring at the Dursleys with an expression of growing horror. "He told you to keep Harry ignorant about his heritage, about his parents' sacrifice." Uncle Vernon nodded reluctantly. "He said it was for the greater good, that Harry needed to be shaped properly to become the kind of person who would willingly make the sacrifices that would be required of him later." The words hung in the air like a physical presence, and Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. This Professor Dumbledore, whoever he was, had apparently orchestrated his entire miserable existence for some purpose that Harry did not understand, but that sounded ominous in the extreme. Hagrid looked as though someone had struck him with a stunning spell. "He said that? Dumbledore actually told you to treat Harry badly to prepare him for sacrifice?" "Not badly," Aunt Petunia protested weakly. "Just strictly. He said Harry needed to learn that life was not fair, that he could not always get what he wanted, and that sometimes good people had to suffer for the benefit of others." Harry stood up abruptly, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. "So let me understand this correctly," he said, his voice remarkably steady despite the storm of emotions raging inside him. "This Professor Dumbledore paid you to make sure I grew up miserable and ignorant, so that I would be willing to sacrifice myself for some greater good when the time came?" The silence that followed was answer enough. Harry looked around the room at the faces staring back at him, from Hagrid's expression of dawning horror to the Dursleys' guilty shame, and felt something fundamental shift inside him. "Well then," Harry said quietly, "I suppose that answers that question." Hagrid took a step forward, his massive hands held out in a gesture that was probably meant to be comforting. "Harry, lad, you have to understand, Dumbledore is a great man. Whatever he told your relatives, I'm sure he had good reasons." But Harry was no longer listening. Instead, he was thinking about 11 years of sleeping in a cupboard, while Dudley had 2 bedrooms. 11 years of going hungry while the rest of the family feasted. 11 years of being told he was worthless and unwanted, while secretly these same people were being paid handsomely for his care. "Did you know about the payments?" Harry asked Hagrid directly. The giant man shifted uncomfortably. "Well, I knew Dumbledore made arrangements for your care, but I didn't know the specifics. And did you know that those arrangements included instructions to make sure I was raised to be humble and self-sacrificing? Hagrid's silence was telling. Harry nodded slowly, feeling pieces of a puzzle clicking into place in his mind. So Professor Dumbledore, who apparently runs this Hogwarts school, deliberately arranged for me to have a miserable childhood so that I would grow up to be the kind of person who would willingly die for whatever cause he deems worthy. Is that an accurate summary of the situation? Now, Harry, Hagrid began, but Harry cut him off with a sharp gesture. Is that accurate? Harry repeated, his voice growing harder. Hagrid looked profoundly uncomfortable. Dumbledore knows things, Harry. He sees the bigger picture in ways that the rest of us can't. If he thought it was necessary for you to be raised a certain way, then there must have been good reasons for it. Harry stared at the giant man for a long moment, then turned to Uncle Vernon. You said this Professor Dumbledore told you I was famous in the magical world. Famous for what? Uncle Vernon glanced nervously at Hagrid before answering. Something about defeating a dark wizard when you were a baby. They call you the boy who lived, apparently. Harry absorbed this information with growing unease. So I'm famous for something I did as an infant that I cannot possibly remember, and this Professor Dumbledore has been planning my entire life around this fame, and whatever destiny he thinks it implies? That's not exactly, Hagrid started. But Harry was not interested in his explanations. Tell me about other magical schools, Harry said abruptly. Hagrid blinked in confusion. Other schools? You said Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. That implies there are others. What are they? Well, there's Durmstrang in northern Europe, and Beauxbatons in France, Hagrid said slowly. But Harry, you belong at Hogwarts. It's the finest magical school in the world, and Dumbledore is the greatest wizard alive. Harry considered this. So there are alternatives to Hogwarts, and to Professor Dumbledore's plans for me. Now see here, Hagrid said, his voice taking on a warning tone. You can't just reject your Hogwarts letter. Every British magical child goes to Hogwarts. It's tradition. But I'm not just any British magical child, am I? Harry pointed out with relentless logic. I'm the famous boy who lived, and apparently my choices carry more weight than most. If I can defeat dark wizards as an infant, surely I can choose my own school. Hagrid looked genuinely distressed now. Harry, you don't understand what you're saying. Dumbledore has been looking after you your whole life. He knows what's best for you. The same way he knew it was best for me to sleep in a cupboard and go hungry, Harry asked mildly. That brought Hagrid up short. The giant man opened and closed his mouth several times without producing any sound, apparently struggling to reconcile his reverence for Dumbledore with the obvious evidence of Harry's mistreatment. Harry pulled the crumpled Hogwarts letter from his pocket, where he had been carrying it since Hagrid's arrival. He looked down at the heavy parchment with its elaborate wax seal, then at the giant man who was watching him with growing anxiety. I refuse, Harry said simply, and tore the letter in half. The sound of ripping parchment seemed unnaturally loud in the small hut. Hagrid made a strangled sound and lunged forward as if to stop him, but Harry had already torn the letter into several pieces and scattered them on the floor. You can't do that, Hagrid said, his voice rising to something approaching panic. That's your Hogwarts letter. Every witch and wizard in Britain would give anything to receive one of those. Then they're welcome to this one, Harry said calmly. I'll be applying elsewhere. But where? Hagrid demanded. You don't know anything about the magical world. You don't know how to apply to foreign schools or what requirements they have. Harry smiled for the first time since the giant man had arrived, and it was not entirely a pleasant expression. Then I suppose I had better start learning, hadn't I? After all, you did say I'm famous. I imagine that opens certain doors. Uncle Vernon had been listening to this exchange with growing agitation. Now he stepped forward, the rifle still clutched in his hands. Now see here, both of you, Vernon said. The boy is not going to any magical school, foreign or otherwise. He's going to finish his education at Stonewall High like a normal child, and that's final. Harry turned to look at his uncle with an expression that made the larger man take an involuntary step backward. Uncle Vernon, you've been paid a considerable sum of money over the past 11 years to ensure that I would grow up to be suitable for Professor Dumbledore's plans. Now that I've made it clear I won't be cooperating with those plans, do you really think those payments are going to continue? The blood drained from Uncle Vernon's face as the implications sank in. Aunt Petunia made a small whimpering sound. On the other hand, Harry continued conversationally. If you were to help me research and apply to alternative schools, I might be inclined to put in a good word for you with whatever new arrangements need to be made. After all, I'm sure foreign schools have their own policies regarding compensation for guardian families. Harry was making this up as he went along, but the effect on the Dursleys was immediate and dramatic. Uncle Vernon's grip on the rifle loosened, and Aunt Petunia stopped wringing her hands long enough to stare at Harry with something approaching calculation. Hagrid was looking back and forth between Harry and the Dursleys with an expression of complete bewilderment. This was clearly not how he had expected this conversation to go, and he seemed to be struggling to regain control of the situation. "Harry," Hagrid said desperately, "you're making a terrible mistake. Dumbledore will want to speak with you personally about this. You can't just reject centuries of tradition and expectation without at least hearing what he has to say." "Can't I?" Harry asked. "It seems to me that Professor Dumbledore has had 11 years to speak with me if he wanted to. Instead, he chose to pay my relatives to ensure that I would grow up ignorant and malleable. Why should I trust anything he has to say now?" "Because he's Dumbledore," Hagrid said, as though this should be explanation enough. Harry studied the giant man's face for a moment, then shook his head sadly. "That's not a reason, Mr. Hagrid. That's an appeal to authority, and I've had quite enough of authority figures who think they know what's best for me without bothering to ask my opinion." Hagrid looked as though Harry had struck him. "But Harry, the wizarding world needs you. There are things happening, dark things, and you're the only one who can stop them." "According to who?" Harry asked. "Professor Dumbledore, the same man who arranged for my childhood to be miserable to prepare me for sacrifice. Forgive me if I don't immediately trust his assessment of what the wizarding world needs." The storm outside seemed to have intensified during their conversation, and the wind howling around the hut provided an appropriate soundtrack for the tension filling the small space. Hagrid looked utterly lost, clearly having no idea how to handle a Harry Potter who refused to be grateful for rescue and immediately obedient to authority. Harry walked over to where he had scattered the pieces of his Hogwarts letter and knelt down to gather them up. When he had collected all the fragments, he stood and held them out to Hagrid. "Please give these back to Professor Dumbledore with my compliments," Harry said formally, "and tell him that if he wants to discuss anything with me in the future, he can arrange to meet me at the school I choose to attend. I'm sure a man of his reputation can manage to travel internationally if the matter is truly important." Hagrid stared at the torn parchment as though it were a venomous snake. "You can't mean this, Harry. You're just confused because of what you've learned tonight. Once you've had time to think about it properly, you'll realize that Hogwarts is where you belong." Harry tilted his head slightly, considering this. "Actually, Mr. Hagrid, I think what I've learned tonight is that I belong wherever I choose to belong, and with people who respect my right to make that choice. From what you've told me, Professor Dumbledore and Hogwarts don't qualify on either count." The giant man's shoulders sagged in defeat. "What am I supposed to tell Dumbledore?" Harry's smile was sharp enough to cut glass. "Tell him that the boy who lived has decided to live on his own terms. I'm sure he'll understand the implications." As if summoned by his words, a snowy owl appeared at the broken window of the hut. She was beautiful, with pure white feathers and intelligent amber eyes, and she carried herself with a dignity that was immediately apparent even to someone who had never seen a magical creature before. "Blimey," Hagrid breathed. "That's Hedwig. She's meant for you, Harry. Dumbledore arranged for her to be delivered as your Hogwarts acceptance gift." Harry looked at the magnificent owl, then back at Hagrid. "Did Professor Dumbledore also arrange for her to spy on me and report back on my activities?" Hagrid's guilty expression was answer enough. Harry sighed and approached the window slowly, not wanting to frighten the bird. "Hello, beautiful," Harry said softly. "I suppose you're here because someone told you I belonged to you?" The owl tilted her head and made a soft sound that might have been agreement. Harry reached out carefully to stroke her feathers, and she leaned into his touch with obvious pleasure. "Well then," Harry murmured, "it seems we're both victims of other people's plans for our lives. What do you say we make some plans of our own instead?" The owl hooted once, sharply, and Harry chose to interpret this as enthusiasm for the idea. He turned back to face the others in the room, Hedwig perched comfortably on his outstretched arm. "Mr. Hagrid, when you return to Hogwarts, please inform Professor Dumbledore that I will be pursuing my magical education elsewhere. If he has any legitimate concerns about my welfare or education, he can contact me through proper diplomatic channels once I've enrolled at the school of my choice." "But Harry," Hagrid tried one more time. "Thank you for bringing me my letter," Harry said firmly, "even though I won't be accepting what it represents. And thank you for telling me the truth about my parents' death and about Professor Dumbledore's arrangements for my upbringing. I'm sure that information will prove very useful in my future decisions." With that, Harry turned to face the Dursleys, who had been watching this entire exchange with expressions ranging from guilt to greed to dawning hope. "Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia," Harry said formally, "I think it's time we had a very different conversation about our relationship going forward, don't you?" Outside, the storm continued to rage, but inside the hut, everything had changed. The boy who lived had made his first independent choice, and nothing would ever be the same again. The ancient manor house that served as Nicolas Flamel's residence existed in a state between worlds, hidden by magic so old and powerful that it seemed to occupy its own pocket of reality, entirely separate from the mundane concerns of either the magical or muggle worlds. Harry had arrived 3 days earlier, via a port key that transported him not just through space, but through layers of protective enchantments that made his skin tingle with recognition of magic far more sophisticated than anything he had encountered at Beauxbatons. The house itself was a marvel of alchemical architecture, its rooms and corridors shifting subtly according to the needs and purposes of their occupants, while the library contained texts that predated the founding of most magical schools by several centuries. But it was Nicolas Flamel himself who truly captured Harry's attention and commanded his respect. The ancient alchemist appeared to be a man in his 70s, with silver hair and eyes that held depths of knowledge accumulated over more than 6 centuries of continuous study. When he spoke, it was with the measured cadence of someone who had learned that words carried weight and that wisdom required careful consideration before being shared. The training that Flamel provided was unlike anything Harry had experienced in his formal education. Rather than focusing on specific spells or techniques, the alchemist taught him to understand the fundamental principles that governed all magical interactions, particularly those involving dark magic and the kinds of ancient curses that could animate creatures like basilisks. The basilisk, Flamel explained during one of their intensive study sessions, is not simply a dangerous magical creature. It is a weapon of terror specifically designed to spread fear and despair throughout its target population. The petrification effect is not accidental, but rather a calculated means of creating maximum psychological impact while leaving the victims alive to serve as ongoing reminders of the threat. Harry absorbed this information with growing understanding of the tactical sophistication behind the attacks at Hogwarts. Someone had not simply released a basilisk into the school, but had carefully orchestrated a campaign of terror designed to undermine confidence in the institution and its leadership. "But the most important aspect of your situation," Flamel continued, his ancient eyes fixed intently on Harry's face, is a connection between this particular basilisk and the dark magic that resides in your scar. The creature was almost certainly awakened and controlled using methods that draw upon the same source of power. That created your unique magical signature. This revelation sent chills down Harry's spine. If Flamel was correct, then the basilisk attacks were not just connected to his departure from Britain in a general political sense, but were specifically linked to the piece of Voldemort's soul that he carried. Someone was using magic that resonated with that dark fragment to control the basilisk and direct its attacks against specific targets. The implications, Flamel said gravely, are deeply troubling. Whoever is behind these attacks has detailed knowledge of the circumstances surrounding your encounter with Voldemort as an infant, and they are using that knowledge to create a weapon. That specifically targets the kinds of students who might be inspired by your example to question traditional magical authority. Harry spent the next 2 days in intensive preparation for what they both knew would be an extremely dangerous confrontation. Flamel taught him advanced techniques for detecting and countering the specific types of dark magic that were likely being used to control the basilisk. More importantly, he provided Harry with specialized protective amulets and enchantments that would shield him from the creature's deadly gaze while allowing him to use his unique sensitivity to dark magic to track its movements and identify its controller. But perhaps most valuable of all was the psychological preparation that Flamel provided. The ancient alchemist helped Harry understand that he would be walking into a situation where multiple parties would attempt to manipulate him for their own purposes, and that his success would depend not just on his magical abilities, but on his capacity to maintain his independence and think clearly under extreme pressure. Remember, Flamel said on the morning of Harry's departure for Hogwarts, you are going there not as the boy who lived returning to his proper place, but as an independent magical consultant offering his expertise to resolve a crisis. The moment you allow anyone to treat you as anything other than that, you will have lost the advantage that your freedom has given you. The journey to Hogwarts was arranged through the French embassy in London, with diplomatic protections that made it clear to the British magical authorities that Harry was visiting as a representative of the French magical government, rather than as a British citizen returning to the fold. Captain Delacroix, the same Auror who had helped him escape from Privet Drive months earlier, served as his official escort and would remain at Hogwarts throughout his visit to ensure that no attempts were made to detain him or force his enrollment at the school. When they materialized in the entrance hall of Hogwarts via International Portkey, Harry was struck by how different the ancient Scottish castle felt compared to the elegant sophistication of Beauxbatons. Where the French school radiated refinement and intellectual purpose, Hogwarts seemed to pulse with raw magical power that had accumulated over centuries of continuous use by generations of witches and wizards. But it was the people waiting to greet him that truly captured his attention. Professor McGonagall stood at the center of a group that included several other faculty members, her usually stern expression softened by what appeared to be genuine relief at his arrival. Beside her stood Professor Dumbledore himself, his blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles, as though Harry's presence represented the successful culmination of some long-term plan, rather than an unexpected complication to his authority. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall said formally, stepping forward to greet him. "Thank you for coming. I realize that your presence here represents considerable personal risk, and I want you to know that the entire faculty appreciates your willingness to help us address this crisis." Harry inclined his head politely, but his response was carefully calculated to establish the proper relationship between himself and the Hogwarts administration. "Professor McGonagall," he said, in a voice that carried more authority than anyone would have expected from an 11-year-old. "I am here as a consulting expert in dark magical detection, operating under the diplomatic protection of the French magical government. I hope that my particular expertise may prove useful in resolving your basilisk problem, but I want to be clear that my assistance is being offered as an independent agent, rather than as a student returning to British magical jurisdiction." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened at these words, and Harry could see the older wizard reassessing the situation as he realized that this was not the grateful, malleable child he had perhaps been expecting. When Dumbledore spoke, his voice carried its usual grandfatherly warmth, but Harry's training with Flamel had taught him to recognize the subtle, magical pressure that the headmaster was attempting to exert. "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore said, extending his arms in a gesture that was probably meant to appear welcoming. "How wonderful to see you again. I trust that your time in France has been educational, though I confess I have been deeply concerned about your welfare during your absence from proper British magical supervision." Captain Delacroix stepped smoothly between Harry and Dumbledore, her hand resting casually on her wand as she responded to what was clearly an attempt to reassert authority over Harry's situation. "Professor Dumbledore," she said in accented English that carried unmistakable authority, "Monsieur Potter is here under the protection of the French Republic and her magical institutions. Any concerns you may have regarding his welfare should be directed to the appropriate French authorities through proper diplomatic channels." The tension in the entrance hall was palpable as the two very different approaches to Harry's situation came into direct conflict. On one side stood the British magical establishment, represented by Dumbledore's assumption that Harry would naturally return to their sphere of influence once he was physically present at Hogwarts. On the other side stood the French commitment to protecting Harry's independence and ensuring that his assistance was given freely rather than extracted through manipulation or coercion. Harry himself broke the developing standoff by stepping forward and addressing the practical aspects of the situation with a maturity that surprised even himself. "I understand that 6 students have been petrified by what appears to be basilisk attacks," he said crisply. "I would like to examine the victims and the locations where the attacks occurred, so that I can determine whether my particular expertise in dark magic detection can provide any useful insights. Time is obviously of critical importance if we hope to prevent further attacks and reverse the damage that has already been done." McGonagall nodded approvingly at his business-like approach to the crisis. "Indeed, Mr. Potter. If you would follow me, I can take you to the hospital wing where the victims are being cared for by Madame Pomfrey." As they walked through the corridors of Hogwarts, Harry found himself using all of the detection techniques that Flamel had taught him to analyze the magical atmosphere of the ancient castle. What he discovered was deeply troubling, confirming many of the suspicions that he and the ancient alchemist had developed during their preparation. The entire castle was saturated with dark magical energy that seemed to emanate from somewhere deep within its foundations. This was not the clean, focused dark magic that he had learned to work with at Beauxbatons, but rather something ancient and malevolent that had been growing stronger over time. More importantly, the magical signature was strikingly similar to the resonance that he carried in his scar, suggesting that whoever was controlling the basilisk was indeed drawing power from the same source that had marked him during his encounter with Voldemort. The hospital wing was a scene of quiet tragedy that made Harry's heart ache with sympathy for the victims and their families. 6 beds were occupied by students who appeared to be made of stone, their faces frozen in expressions of terror that spoke to the horror of their final moments before petrification. Among them lay Hermione Granger, the brilliant witch whose letters had provided him with such intellectual stimulation and whose application to transfer to Beauxbatons had represented validation of his own choices. Madame Pomfrey, the school's mediwitch, was clearly exhausted from her efforts to care for victims whose condition was beyond anything she had encountered in her professional experience. When Harry approached Hermione's bed and began examining the magical traces that surrounded her petrified form, the older woman watched with a mixture of hope and skepticism. "Can you determine anything about the nature of the magic?" "That was used against them," Harry asked quietly, his hands hovering over Hermione's still form, as he focused his enhanced magical senses on the dark energy that clung to her like a shroud. "It's unlike anything I've ever encountered," Madame Pumphrey replied wearily. "The petrification appears to be the result of magical terror so intense that it literally froze their bodies at the moment of exposure. But there's also something else, something that feels actively malevolent rather than simply dangerous." Harry nodded grimly as his examination confirmed what he had feared. The basilisk attacks were not simply the result of a dangerous creature being let loose in the castle, but rather represented a sophisticated form of dark magical warfare designed to spread terror while leaving the victims alive to serve as ongoing reminders of the threat. But more disturbing still was his discovery that each of the victims carried traces of the same dark magical signature that he bore in his scar. Someone was not just controlling the basilisk, but was specifically targeting students whose magical signatures resonated with the fragment of Voldemort's soul that Harry carried. As he completed his examination of the victims, Harry became aware that Professor Dumbledore had entered the hospital wing and was watching his work with obvious interest. The older wizard's expression was difficult to read, but Harry detected what might have been surprise at the sophistication of the analytical techniques he was employing. When Harry straightened up from his examination of the final victim, Dumbledore approached with his characteristic, grandfatherly manner firmly in place. "Your expertise appears to be quite advanced for someone of your age, Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying subtle undertones that Harry's training had taught him to recognize as probing spells designed to assess his magical development and emotional state. Harry allowed the probes to slide harmlessly off the mental shields that Flamel had helped him construct, while responding in a voice that carried professional detachment rather than personal engagement. The French approach to dark arts education emphasizes practical application of theoretical knowledge. Professor Dumbledore, I have been fortunate to receive instruction from some of the most knowledgeable experts in the field." He paused, allowing his own magical senses to analyze Dumbledore's responses to his words. What he detected confirmed many of the suspicions that Flamel had shared with him about the headmaster's true nature and intentions. "Based on my examination of Z victims," Harry continued, "I can confirm that they have been attacked by a basilisk, but Z creature is not acting independently. Someone with considerable knowledge of dark magic is controlling it, using techniques that draw power from the same source that created the dark magical resonance in my scar." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened at this revelation, and Harry could feel the older wizard's magical attention focusing on him with uncomfortable intensity. "That is indeed troubling news, Harry," Dumbledore said carefully. "Such knowledge would require access to extremely dangerous magical texts and considerable skill in their application. Do you have any theories about who might possess such capabilities?" Harry met Dumbledore's gaze steadily, drawing upon all of his training in maintaining mental shields and emotional control under pressure. "I've several working theories, Professor, but I would prefer to gather more evidence before sharing them. I would like to examine Z areas where Z attacks occurred, and if possible, to investigate any locations within Z Castle where Z Basilisk might be hiding." Over the next several hours, Harry conducted a thorough investigation of Hogwarts that revealed the scope of the threat facing the school. Using detection techniques that none of the British faculty possessed, he was able to trace the basilisk's movements through the castle's ancient plumbing system and identify the chamber deep within the foundations where it made its lair. But more importantly, his investigation revealed that the basilisk was being controlled by someone who had access to extremely sophisticated, dark magical knowledge, and who was specifically targeting students whose deaths or petrification would create maximum psychological impact on the wizarding community. The pattern that emerged was deeply disturbing. The victims were not random, but had been chosen because they represented exactly the kind of independent-minded, intellectually curious students who might be inspired by Harry's example to question traditional magical authority and seek alternative educational opportunities. When he presented his findings to the assembled Hogwarts faculty, the reaction was a mixture of amazement at the sophistication of his analysis and deep concern about the implications of what he had discovered. Z Basilisk is being controlled by someone within Z Castle, Harry announced without preamble. Someone who has access to dark magical artifacts. Zat can command such a creature, and who has detailed knowledge of the students' daily routines and vulnerabilities. The silence that followed this revelation was deafening. The idea that one of their own colleagues or students might be responsible for the attacks was clearly something that none of the faculty had seriously considered. But Professor Snape, who had been listening to Harry's presentation with obvious skepticism, chose that moment to voice what several others were probably thinking. "These are serious accusations, Mr. Potter," Snape said, in his characteristic sneering tone. "I trust you have evidence to support such claims, rather than simply the overconfidence that seems to characterize those who receive their education outside proper British institutions." Harry turned to face the potions master with a calmness that surprised everyone present, including himself. His training with Flamel had prepared him for exactly this kind of challenge to his authority and competence. "Professor Snape," Harry said quietly, "I am not making accusations, but rather presenting my analysis of the evidence I have gathered. If you would prefer to continue searching for external threats, while your students remain in danger from someone within your own walls, that is certainly your prerogative. However, I would suggest that the safety of the victims should take precedence over concerns about institutional reputation." The rebuke was delivered with such quiet authority that even Snape seemed momentarily taken aback. More importantly, Harry could see that his words had resonated with McGonagall and several other faculty members who were clearly beginning to recognize the validity of his analysis. It was Dumbledore who ultimately responded to Harry's presentation, his voice carrying a gravity that suggested he was taking the implications seriously, despite his obvious discomfort with Harry's independent status. "If your analysis is correct, Harry, then we are facing a threat that requires immediate and decisive action. Do you have recommendations for how we might identify and neutralize this internal threat?" Harry nodded, pulling from his robes a collection of specialized detection devices that Flamel had provided for exactly this purpose. "I can trace the dark magical signature. That connects the controller to the basilisk," he said confidently. "The connection is strong enough that it should be detectable even when the creature is not actively being commanded. However, the investigation will require access to areas of the castle that may contain sensitive materials or information." McGonagall stepped forward immediately. "Mr. Potter, you have our complete cooperation in this investigation. The safety of our students must be our highest priority." But as Harry began the delicate process of tracing the dark magical connections that would lead him to the basilisk's controller, he was acutely aware that his every action was being watched and analyzed by people who had their own agendas regarding his future. The challenge would be to complete his mission successfully while maintaining the independence that had made such success possible in the first place. The boy who lived had returned to Hogwarts, but not as the grateful, malleable child that some had expected. Instead, he had come back as an independent agent with the skills and knowledge necessary to address the crisis on his own terms, and the political implications of that transformation would reverberate throughout the British magical establishment for years to come. The trail of dark magical energy led Harry deeper into the bowels of Hogwarts than he had ever imagined possible, through corridors that seemed to predate the castle itself, and down staircases carved from living rock that pulsed with ancient magic. His specialized detection equipment, provided by Nicolas Flamel and enhanced by French magical authorities, painted patterns of luminous traces in the air that only he could see. The dark magical signature he was following grew stronger with each step, resonating with the fragment of Voldemort's soul in his scar in ways that would have been painful if not for the protective enchantments that shielded him from the worst effects. Captain Delacroix followed close behind, her wand drawn and her professional instincts clearly on high alert as they descended into areas of the castle that had not been mapped by the current administration. Behind them came Professor McGonagall, and, somewhat to Harry's surprise, Professor Dumbledore himself, whose presence felt both reassuring and vaguely threatening in ways that Harry's training had taught him to analyze carefully. "The magical signature is growing stronger," Harry reported quietly, his voice carrying clearly in the stone corridors, despite his attempt to speak softly. "We are very close to the source now." Indeed, as they rounded a corner and found themselves facing an elaborate door covered with carved serpents that seemed to writhe in the torchlight, Harry's detection equipment began to pulse with urgent warnings. The dark magic beyond that barrier was powerful enough to be dangerous even to experienced wizards, and the basilisk's presence was so overwhelming that Harry could feel his scar tingling with recognition. But it was what his enhanced magical senses detected about the human magical signature controlling the basilisk that truly shocked him. The controller was not an adult wizard with decades of dark arts training, as he had expected, but rather someone young, someone whose magical development was still incomplete, and whose control over such powerful forces was maintained only through the use of an extremely dangerous magical artifact. "Professor McGonagall," Harry said urgently, turning to face the deputy headmistress with an expression of grave concern. "The person controlling the basilisk is not a trained dark wizard. They are using a magical artifact to maintain control over forces they do not fully understand, which makes the situation far more dangerous than we initially believed." McGonagall's face paled as she processed the implications of this revelation. "You mean the controller might not be able to stop the basilisk even if they wanted to?" "Exactly," Harry confirmed grimly. "The artifact is maintaining the control, but if that connection is severed suddenly, or if the controller panics, the basilisk could be released to attack randomly throughout the castle. We need to approach this situation very carefully." Before anyone could respond to this warning, the serpent-covered door began to swing open, with a grinding sound that echoed through the stone corridors like the voice of the castle itself. Beyond the threshold lay a chamber so vast that Harry's enhanced detection spells could not penetrate to its far walls, illuminated by an eerie green light that seemed to emanate from the very stones. And there, in the center of the ancient chamber, stood a figure that made Harry's blood run cold with recognition and disbelief. Ginny Weasley, the youngest child of the family that had been so kind to him during his brief time in the British magical world, stood perfectly still, with her arms extended toward an enormous serpent that coiled through the shadows at the far end of the chamber. Her eyes were closed, and her face was blank with the kind of magical compulsion that Harry recognized from his studies of dark magical artifacts. But it was the object floating in the air before her that truly captured Harry's attention and confirmed his worst fears about the nature of the threat they were facing. The black diary that served as the focus for her control over the basilisk pulsed with dark magic so intense that Harry could feel it pressing against his mental shields like a living thing trying to force its way into his mind. "The diary is a Horcrux," Harry said quietly, his voice filled with the kind of certainty that came from months of intensive study under Nicholas Flamel's guidance. "Someone has placed a fragment of Zia soul into that object, and it is using that connection to possess the girl and control the basilisk through her." Dumbledore stepped forward, his face grave with understanding of exactly what Harry's words meant. "A Horcrux," he repeated softly, his voice carrying a weight of knowledge and regret that suggested this was not the first time he had encountered such an abomination. That would explain much about the sophistication of the attacks and the specific targeting of certain students. But before they could discuss the implications further, the basilisk itself emerged from the shadows at the far end of the chamber, its massive form moving with deadly grace as it responded to commands that Ginny Weasley was transmitting through her connection to the diary. Harry felt his enhanced magical senses recoil from the creature's presence, as though they had been struck by a physical blow. The basilisk was not just magically dangerous, but actively malevolent in ways that spoke to centuries of exposure to the darkest forms of magic. Its eyes, which could kill with a direct glance, burned with intelligence that was both ancient and utterly hostile to all human life. "Everyone close your eyes, and do not look directly at the creature," Harry commanded, with an authority that surprised everyone present, including himself. "The basilisk's gaze is lethal, and even indirect exposure can cause petrification." As he spoke, Harry was already implementing the protective measures that Flamel had taught him for dealing with creatures whose magical abilities could bypass conventional defenses. The specialized mirror that he withdrew from his robes had been crafted using alchemical techniques that allowed it to reflect images without capturing their magical properties, making it safe to use for indirect observation of the basilisk. But even as he prepared for the confrontation, Harry could see that the situation was rapidly becoming more complex and dangerous than anyone had anticipated. Ginny Weasley was clearly not a willing participant in the basilisk attacks, but rather a victim of the Horcrux's influence. Any attempt to destroy the diary or disrupt its control over the basilisk risked causing fatal harm to the girl whose life force was being drained to power the artifact's magic. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said urgently, "the girl's life is connected to the diary. If we simply destroy the Horcrux, she may die from the backlash. We need a more sophisticated approach that can sever the connection safely while neutralizing the threat." Dumbledore nodded grimly, his centuries of experience with dark magic clearly allowing him to understand exactly what they were facing. "Indeed, Harry, the creation of a Horcrux requires the murder of an innocent person, and the artifact draws its power from the life force of anyone who comes into contact with it. Miss Weasley has been slowly drained over the course of the school year, and her connection to the diary is now so complete that severing it improperly could indeed prove fatal. But it was Captain Delacroix who provided the solution that Harry himself might have suggested if he had been thinking more clearly. "Monsieur Potter," she said crisply, "your connection to the dark magical signature, that powers the diary, gives you advantages that the rest of us do not possess. If you can establish direct contact with the Horcrux, your natural resistance to dark magic might allow you to disrupt its control over the girl without destroying its life force connection entirely." Harry felt a chill run down his spine as he realized what she was suggesting. Establishing direct contact with a Horcrux would mean exposing himself to the full force of the soul fragment it contained, including all of the dark magical knowledge and malevolent intent that Voldemort had poured into its creation. Even with his enhanced resistance to dark magic, such exposure would be extremely dangerous and could potentially compromise his own mental defenses. But as he looked at Ginny Weasley's pale, motionless form, and thought about Hermione and the other students lying petrified in the hospital wing, Harry realized that he had no choice but to accept the risk. This was exactly the kind of situation that his training had prepared him for, and his unique magical signature made him the only person present who might be able to resolve the crisis safely. "I will need covering fire to reach the diary," Harry announced, his voice carrying the kind of calm determination that impressed even the experienced French aura. "The basilisk will attempt to protect the Horcrux once it realizes what I am trying to do." Captain Delacroix nodded approvingly at his tactical assessment. "Professor McGonagall and I will create a diversion to draw the creature's attention away from you. Professor Dumbledore, can you provide magical support to maintain the protective barriers around the chamber?" As they implemented their hastily conceived plan, Harry found himself drawing upon every technique that Nicholas Flamel had taught him about approaching and neutralizing dark magical artifacts. The key was not to fight against the dark magic directly, but rather to understand its nature so completely that he could redirect its energy in ways that served his purposes rather than those of its creator. Moving carefully across the ancient stone floor, using his specialized mirror to avoid direct contact with the basilisk's deadly gaze, Harry approached the floating diary with his magical senses fully extended. What he detected confirmed his worst fears about the sophistication of the trap that had been set. The Horcrux was not simply a repository for a fragment of Voldemort's soul, but rather an active magical weapon designed to identify and corrupt exactly the kind of students who might pose a threat to traditional magical authority. Ginny Weasley had been targeted not because she was particularly vulnerable, but because her family's association with Harry and their reputation for independent thinking made them potential symbols of resistance to institutional control. But as Harry drew closer to the diary, he also detected something else that gave him hope for resolving the crisis without permanent harm to anyone involved. The connection between Ginny and the Horcrux, while dangerous, was not yet complete. There was still enough of her own life force remaining that severing the connection properly could allow her to recover fully from her ordeal. When Harry finally reached out to touch the diary directly, the contact was like grasping a live coal that burned not with heat but with concentrated malevolence that tried to pour itself into his mind through every available channel. For a moment, the fragment of Voldemort's soul, contained in the Horcrux, attempted to overwhelm Harry's mental defenses and claim him as a new host for its influence. But Harry's training with Nicholas Flamel had prepared him for exactly this kind of assault, and his natural resistance to dark magic proved stronger than the Horcrux's ability to corrupt. Instead of being overwhelmed by the artifact's influence, Harry was able to analyze its structure and identify the specific magical mechanisms that maintained its control over both Ginny Weasley and the basilisk. The connection is maintained through a combination of life force drain and psychological manipulation, Harry reported through gritted teeth, his voice strained by the effort of maintaining his mental shields while in direct contact with the Horcrux. I can disrupt Z control, but I need someone to physically separate Z girl from Z diary once Z connection is severed. Professor McGonagall immediately moved to position herself near Ginny's motionless form, while Captain Delacroix maintained her defensive posture against the increasingly agitated basilisk. Professor Dumbledore, meanwhile, began weaving protective enchantments around the entire chamber that would contain any explosive release of dark magical energy when the Horcrux was finally disrupted. Working carefully and methodically, Harry began the delicate process of unraveling the magical connections that bound Ginny to the diary. The technique required him to trace each thread of dark magic back to its source, while simultaneously redirecting the energy in ways that would neutralize its harmful effects. It was like performing surgery on something that actively resisted his efforts and tried to corrupt him with each touch. But gradually, patiently, Harry succeeded in loosening the Horcrux's grip on its victim. As the magical bonds began to weaken, Ginny's eyes fluttered open for the first time in hours, though her expression remained confused and disoriented as she struggled to understand what was happening to her. The moment of severing the connection completely required every ounce of Harry's skill and determination. As the final thread of dark magic was cut, the diary let out a shriek that seemed to come from the artifact itself, while waves of malevolent energy exploded outward from its surface with enough force to crack the ancient stones of the chamber floor. At the same instant, the basilisk, suddenly freed from the compulsion that had controlled its actions for months, reared up to its full terrifying height and began striking randomly at everything in the chamber. No longer directed by the Horcrux's intelligence, the creature reverted to its natural state as a mindless predator, driven only by hunger and territorial instincts. But Harry's preparation had anticipated this development as well. The specialized venom that Nicolas Flamel had provided him was derived from the phoenix, the only creature whose tears could neutralize basilisk venom and whose song could weaken the serpent's magical defenses. As the creature lunged toward him, with fangs that could kill with a single scratch, Harry released the phoenix venom into the air around them, creating a barrier that the basilisk could not cross without suffering fatal injury. The ancient serpent, faced with the one substance that could threaten its existence, retreated back into the shadows at the far end of the chamber, where it had dwelt for centuries. Without the Horcrux's compulsion driving it to attack, the creature had no interest in continuing a confrontation that might result in its own destruction. In the sudden silence that followed the end of the crisis, Harry found himself kneeling on the chamber floor with the now powerless diary clutched in his hands. The artifact had been drained of its dark magical energy, leaving behind only an ordinary book that could no longer pose a threat to anyone. Professor McGonagall was already tending to Ginny Weasley, whose vital signs were weak but stable, as she gradually recovered from her ordeal. Captain Delacroix maintained her vigilant watch for any signs that the threat might not be completely neutralized, and Professor Dumbledore approached Harry with an expression that mixed gratitude, concern, and what might have been a new level of respect for the young wizard's capabilities. "Harry," Dumbledore said quietly, "what you have accomplished here today goes far beyond anything that could have been expected from someone of your age and experience. Your training and your natural resistance to dark magic have saved not only Miss Weasley's life, but potentially the lives of every student in this school." Harry looked up at the headmaster with eyes that reflected the exhaustion and strain of his confrontation with the Horcrux, but also a quiet satisfaction at having successfully protected innocent people from forces that would have destroyed them. "The important thing, Professor Dumbledore, is that's students are safe, and that's threat has been neutralized. The specific techniques I used are less important than the results they achieved." But even as Harry spoke these words, he was acutely aware that his successful resolution of the basilisk crisis would have profound political implications for the British magical establishment. He had demonstrated capabilities that far exceeded anything that conventional British magical education could have provided, and he had done so while maintaining his independence from the institutional authority that had once sought to control every aspect of his life. As they made their way back through the castle's ancient corridors, Harry reflected on the irony of the situation. He had returned to Hogwarts as an independent consultant and had successfully resolved a crisis that had baffled the entire British magical establishment. In doing so, he had proven not only that his decision to seek education elsewhere had been correct, but that the alternative approach to magical learning he had chosen was demonstrably superior to traditional British methods. The boy who lived had become the boy who chose his own path, and that path had led him to accomplish things that would have been impossible under the manipulative guidance of those who had once claimed to know what was best for him. The political reckoning that would follow from these events was only beginning, but Harry faced it with the confidence of someone who had proven himself capable of standing on equal terms with the most powerful wizards of his generation. The weeks following Harry's triumphant resolution of the basilisk crisis passed in a whirlwind of political upheaval that fundamentally transformed the landscape of British magical education and governance. The revelation that a Horcrux had been used to possess an innocent student and orchestrate terrorist attacks within Hogwarts itself sent shockwaves through the wizarding world that extended far beyond Britain's borders. The fact that this crisis had been resolved not by the vaunted expertise of the British magical establishment, but by an 11-year-old wizard who had sought education elsewhere, raised uncomfortable questions about institutional competence that could no longer be ignored. Harry learned of these developments from the comfort of his dormitory room at Beauxbatons, where he had returned immediately after completing his mission at Hogwarts. The view from his windows showed the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees Mountains, painted gold by the late afternoon sun, while his desk was covered with letters from magical authorities, educational institutions, and private individuals from around the world who had heard about his extraordinary achievement. But it was the official summons from the Wizengamot, Britain's highest magical court, that truly captured his attention and forced him to confront the broader implications of what he had accomplished. The document, delivered by a magnificent eagle owl bearing the seal of the British Ministry of Magic, was written in the formal language of legal proceedings, but carried undertones of barely concealed desperation. "Mr. Harry James Potter," the summons began, "you are hereby requested to appear before a full session of the Wizengamot on the 15th day of February to provide testimony regarding recent events at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and to address questions concerning the circumstances of your departure from British magical jurisdiction. The testimony you provide will be crucial to ongoing investigations into institutional failures that may have contributed to the recent crisis, and your unique perspective on these events is considered essential for determining appropriate reforms to prevent similar incidents in the future. Please be advised that this request is being made in recognition of your status as an independent consultant, rather than as a compulsory summons to a British citizen. The French Embassy has confirmed that appropriate diplomatic protections will be extended to ensure that your testimony is given freely, and that no attempts will be made to compromise your educational or legal autonomy. Harry read the summons 3 times before setting it down with a mixture of satisfaction and trepidation. The formal acknowledgement of his independent status represented a significant victory in his struggle to maintain autonomy from British magical authority. But he was also acutely aware that testifying before the Wizengamot would expose him to renewed attempts at manipulation and control. When he showed the summons to Madame Maxime, her reaction was both protective and strategically astute. "This is an opportunity," she said thoughtfully, settling into one of the comfortable chairs in her office while she considered the implications of the invitation. The British magical establishment is essentially admitting that they cannot understand or address the failures that led to this crisis without your assistance. But it is also potentially dangerous, as there will certainly be those who attempt to use your testimony to justify renewed claims over your future. Harry nodded, having reached similar conclusions during his own analysis of the situation. "I want to testify," he said, quietly. "The students who were attacked deserve to have the full truth revealed about how this crisis developed and how it could have been prevented. But I want to make sure that my testimony cannot be used to undermine the independence I have worked so hard to achieve." Madame Maxime smiled with obvious pride at his mature approach to such a complex political situation. "Then we will work with the French ministry to ensure that your testimony is given under conditions that protect your autonomy while allowing you to speak the truth about what you've observed. The international magical community is watching this situation very carefully, and there is considerable support for your position." The preparation for Harry's testimony before the Wizengamot was unlike anything he had ever experienced. French diplomatic authorities worked closely with Beauxbatons faculty to ensure that he was thoroughly briefed on the legal and political implications of every statement he might make. Nicolas Flamel provided additional guidance on the historical context that would help the Wizengamot understand the significance of the dark magical artifacts involved in the crisis, and Captain Delacroix, who would accompany him as his official protector, coached him on techniques for maintaining mental shields against the various forms of magical pressure that might be brought to bear during his testimony. But perhaps most valuable was the support he received from his fellow students at Beauxbatons, who had watched his transformation from frightened refugee to confident young wizard with obvious pride and admiration. Fleur was particularly insistent that he understand the broader significance of what he was about to accomplish. "You are not just testifying about the basilisk attacks," she told him during one of their study sessions in the library. "You are demonstrating to the entire wizarding world that students have the right to choose their own educational path, and that such choices can lead to achievements that surpass anything that traditional institutions can provide." Henri Dubois, meanwhile, focused on the practical aspects of Harry's testimony and the ways that it might influence educational policies throughout Europe. The questions they ask you will reveal as much about their own assumptions and biases as the answers you provide will reveal about the events at Hogwarts, he observed astutely. "Pay attention not just to what they want to know, but to what they seem afraid to acknowledge." When the day of his testimony finally arrived, Harry found himself standing in the visitors' entrance of the British Ministry of Magic, surrounded by French diplomatic officials and feeling remarkably calm given the magnitude of what lay ahead. His months at Beauxbatons had given him confidence in his own abilities and judgment that no amount of external pressure could shake, while his training with Nicolas Flamel had provided him with knowledge that few wizards of any age possessed. The Wizengamot chamber itself was an impressive sight, with its tiered seating arranged around a central chair where witnesses were expected to give their testimony. As Harry took his seat, he could see that every available space was occupied by witches and wizards whose expressions ranged from hostile skepticism to genuine curiosity about what he might reveal. At the center of the highest tier sat Minister Cornelius Fudge, whose obvious discomfort suggested that he would have preferred to handle this situation without the public scrutiny that Harry's testimony would inevitably attract. Beside him sat several other high-ranking ministry officials, including some whose magical signatures Harry's enhanced senses identified as carrying traces of dark magical influence that raised troubling questions about the scope of corruption within the British magical government. But it was the presence of Professor Dumbledore in the section reserved for expert witnesses that truly captured Harry's attention. The headmaster's expression was carefully neutral, but Harry could sense the older wizard's magical attention focused on him with uncomfortable intensity, as though Dumbledore was still hoping to find some way to reassert control over Harry's situation. Minister Fudge called the session to order with obvious reluctance, his voice carrying formal authority that could not quite mask his personal discomfort with the proceedings. This emergency session of the Wizengamot has been convened to hear testimony regarding recent events at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and their implications for the safety and governance of our magical educational institutions. We are joined today by Mr. Harry Potter, who will be providing his expert analysis of these events in his capacity as an independent consultant. The minister paused, clearly uncomfortable with having to acknowledge Harry's independent status, but legally required to do so by the diplomatic protections that the French government had negotiated. Mr. Potter, Fudge continued, please provide the Wizengamot with your assessment of the events that led to the petrification of 6 students at Hogwarts, and the measures that were necessary to resolve this crisis. Harry stood slowly, drawing upon all of his training in maintaining composure under pressure, as he began the testimony that would reshape the British magical world's understanding of the events they had witnessed. Ministers and members of the Wizengamot, Harry began, his voice carrying clearly throughout the ancient chamber. I appear before you today, not as the boy who lived, but as someone who has had the opportunity to study the dark magical forces involved in this crisis from a perspective that British magical education doesn't typically provide. He paused, allowing his eyes to sweep across the assembled officials as he continued. The attacks at Hogwarts were not as a result of random magical accident or simple institutional negligence. They was a product of a sophisticated campaign of terror orchestrated using one of the most dangerous forms of dark magic known to exist, a Horcrux containing a fragment of the Dark Lord Voldemort's soul. The reaction to these words was immediate and dramatic. Several members of the Wizengamot gasped audibly, while others began whispering urgently to their neighbors about the implications of what Harry had just revealed. Minister Fudge's face had gone pale, and Harry could see that several ministry officials were exchanging glances that suggested they had suspected, but not confirmed the involvement of Voldemort's magic in the crisis. But Harry continued his testimony without pause, determined to present the full scope of what he had discovered. The Horcrux was introduced into Hogwarts through an apparently innocent diary that was given to Miss Ginny Weasley at the beginning of the school year. The artifact was designed not just to possess and control its victim, but to specifically target students whose profiles suggested they might question traditional magical authority or seek alternative educational opportunities. This revelation caused an even greater stir in the chamber, as the assembled officials processed the implications of a dark magical weapon that had been specifically designed to suppress intellectual independence and educational choice. The victims of the basilisk attacks, Harry continued, were chosen not randomly, but according to a pattern that targeted Muggle-born students, and those who had expressed interest in educational alternatives to traditional British institutions. The goal was not simply to spread terror, but to eliminate the kinds of students who might inspire others to question established educational and political authorities. At this point, One of the Wizengamot members, a stern-looking witch whose robes marked her as a representative of the Department of Magical Education, rose to address Harry directly. "Mr. Potter," she said, in a voice that carried obvious skepticism, "these are serious allegations that suggest a level of sophisticated planning and political motivation that seems unlikely for a simple dark magical artifact. What evidence do you have to support such claims?" Harry reached into his robes and withdrew a collection of documents that had been prepared by French magical authorities based on their analysis of the evidence he had gathered during his investigation. "Madam Bones," Harry replied, recognizing the speaker as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "The evidence includes detailed magical analysis of the Horcrux itself, testimony from the victim about the specific instructions she received while under its influence, and a comprehensive examination of the patterns in the basilisk attacks that clearly demonstrate their non-random nature." He handed the documents to a ministry official who distributed copies to the relevant Wizengamot members, while Harry continued his testimony. "More importantly, the successful resolution of this crisis required techniques and knowledge that are not available through conventional British magical education. The specialized training I received at Beauxbatons Academy, combined with advanced instruction from Nicolas Flamel himself, provided me with the tools necessary to safely neutralize the Horcrux and save Miss Weasley's life." This statement caused another wave of murmurs throughout the chamber, as the assembled officials were forced to confront the uncomfortable reality that their own educational institutions had been inadequate to address the crisis that had threatened their most prestigious school. But it was the next part of Harry's testimony that truly shook the foundations of British magical authority. "Furthermore," Harry continued, "my investigation revealed evidence that the conditions that allowed this crisis to develop were not accidental, but was a result of deliberate policies designed to maintain institutional control at the expense of student safety and educational excellence." Minister Fudge leaned forward in his chair, his expression mixing alarm with obvious curiosity about what Harry might be planning to reveal. "What specific policies are you referring to, Mr. Potter?" Fudge asked. Harry met the minister's gaze steadily, drawing upon his training in maintaining mental shields as he prepared to deliver the most damaging part of his testimony. "The policies that led to my own placement with abusive guardians who were paid to ensure that I would develop the psychological characteristics necessary to make me willing to sacrifice myself for others without question. The policies that deliberately denied me access to information about my magical heritage and my rights as a member of the wizarding community, and the policies that continue to prioritize institutional authority over student welfare and educational excellence." The silence that followed these words was deafening. Harry could see that many members of the Wizengamot were processing the implications of what he had just revealed, while others appeared to be struggling with the cognitive dissonance of having their most fundamental assumptions about their own institutions challenged so directly. It was Professor Dumbledore who finally broke the silence, rising from his seat in the expert witness section with an expression of carefully controlled concern. "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore said in his characteristic grandfatherly tone, "I understand that you have been through traumatic experiences that may have colored your perception of the choices that were made regarding your care and education. However, I must respectfully suggest that you may not be fully aware of all the factors that influenced those decisions or their ultimate purpose." Harry turned to face the headmaster with an expression that reflected months of careful preparation for exactly this moment. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry replied in a voice that carried quiet authority, "I am fully aware of the factors that influenced your decisions regarding my upbringing, including the monthly payments you made to the Dursleys and the specific instructions you provided regarding the emotional conditioning techniques they were to implement. I am also aware of the broader pattern of manipulation and control that those decisions represent." He paused, allowing his words to sink in before continuing. "What I question is not the existence of these policies, but their effectiveness and their moral justification. The crisis at Hogwarts demonstrates that students who are denied the opportunity to develop critical thinking skills and independent judgment are more vulnerable to manipulation by dark magical forces, not less. The reaction to this statement was explosive. Several members of the Wizengamot began speaking at once, while others demanded documentation to support Harry's claims about the payments and instructions that had governed his upbringing. Minister Fudge was forced to call for order repeatedly before the chamber settled down enough for the testimony to continue. But Harry was not finished. Drawing upon his training with Nicolas Flamel and his months of study at Beauxbatons, he presented a comprehensive analysis of the institutional failures that had made the basilisk crisis possible and the reforms that would be necessary to prevent similar incidents in the future. His recommendations included fundamental changes to magical education that would emphasize critical thinking over blind obedience to authority, international cooperation over insular nationalism, and student welfare over institutional reputation. He called for independent oversight of educational policies, transparent accountability for institutional failures, and formal recognition of students' rights to seek the best possible education regardless of political boundaries. Most controversially, he recommended the establishment of international standards for magical education that would allow students to transfer freely between institutions and countries, with full recognition of their academic credentials and legal protections for their educational choices. The testimony lasted for over 3 hours, with Harry answering questions from Wizengamot members that ranged from technical details about the magical techniques he had used to broader philosophical questions about the proper relationship between educational institutions and the students they were supposed to serve. Throughout the proceedings, Harry maintained his composure and independence, refusing to be drawn into emotional responses or to allow his testimony to be twisted in ways that might undermine his autonomous status. His answers were factual, well-reasoned, and supported by evidence that the British magical authorities could not dispute. When the session finally concluded, Harry was acutely aware that he had fundamentally altered the political landscape of British magical education. His testimony had exposed institutional failures that could no longer be ignored, while demonstrating that alternative approaches to magical learning could produce results that surpassed anything the traditional system could achieve. As he left the Wizengamot chamber, surrounded by French diplomatic officials and headed back to the international portkey that would return him to Beauxbatons, Harry reflected on how much his life had changed since that stormy night when he had first learned about the magical world. He was no longer the frightened, manipulated child who had been expected to be grateful for whatever scraps of kindness were offered to him. Instead, he had become a confident young wizard who understood his own worth and capabilities, who had genuine relationships based on mutual respect and affection, and who had proven himself capable of achieving things that experienced adults had thought impossible. The return journey to Beauxbatons felt like coming home in ways that Harry had never experienced before. As the French countryside passed beneath their portkey route, he thought about the people who would be waiting to welcome him back. Fleur, whose friendship had shown him what genuine caring looked like. Madame Maxime, whose mentorship had helped him develop his abilities without attempting to control his choices. And all the other students and faculty who valued him for who he was, rather than for what he represented. When he finally arrived back at the chateau in the Pyrenees, Harry found that word of his testimony had already reached the school through the magical communication networks that connected educational institutions across Europe. Students and faculty alike gathered in the main salon to hear his account of the proceedings, and their reactions reflected pride in his achievement and satisfaction that their faith in his abilities had been vindicated. But it was a letter that arrived the next morning that truly captured the significance of what had been accomplished. The correspondence was from Hermione Granger, who had recovered fully from her petrification, and whose application to transfer to Beauxbatons had been expedited in light of recent events. "Dear Harry," she wrote in handwriting that reflected her obvious excitement, Your testimony before the Wizengamot has created exactly the kind of political pressure needed to force genuine reform in British magical education. Applications to Beauxbatons from British students have increased by over 300% in the past week, and several other European schools are reporting similar interest from young witches and wizards who want access to the kind of education you received. More importantly, the Wizengamot has voted to establish an independent commission to investigate institutional failures in magical education and to develop new policies that prioritize student welfare over institutional control. The changes you have inspired will benefit generations of students who will now have opportunities that previous generations could never have imagined. I cannot wait to join you at Beauxbatons and to experience firsthand the kind of intellectual freedom and educational excellence that your courage has made possible for so many of us. With deepest admiration and gratitude, Hermione Granger. As Harry finished reading the letter, he realized that his journey from victim to victor, from pawn to independent agent, was not just a personal transformation, but had become a catalyst for broader changes that would reshape the magical world for years to come. Standing at his dormitory window, looking out over the magnificent gardens of Beauxbatons, with Hedwig perched contentedly on his shoulder and the promise of continued learning and growth stretching ahead of him, Harry Potter understood that he had finally become exactly who he had always been meant to be. Not the boy who lived, but simply Harry, a young wizard who had learned to think for himself and who had used that independence to make the world a better place for everyone. The transformation was complete, but the adventure was just beginning. The journey back to Privet Drive passed in a silence so thick that Harry could have cut it with a knife. Uncle Vernon gripped the steering wheel of his company car with white-knuckled intensity, his jaw working as though he were chewing on thoughts too bitter to swallow. Aunt Petunia stared out the passenger window at the passing countryside, occasionally shooting nervous glances at Harry through the rearview mirror. Even Dudley seemed subdued, perhaps sensing that the family dynamics had shifted in ways his limited imagination could not quite grasp. Harry sat in the back seat with Hedwig perched on his knee, stroking her soft feathers, while his mind raced through everything he had learned in the past few hours. The weight of revelation sat heavily on his shoulders, but underneath the shock and anger, he felt something he had never experienced before, the intoxicating possibility of choice. When they finally pulled into the driveway of number 4 Privet Drive, Uncle Vernon sat for a moment without moving to get out of the car. The engine ticked as it cooled, and somewhere down the street, a dog barked once before falling silent. "We need to talk," Uncle Vernon said finally, his voice carefully controlled. "Yes," Harry agreed quietly. "We certainly do." The house felt different as they entered, as though the very walls had absorbed the tension from their conversation on the rock, and now radiated it back at them. Everything looked exactly the same as when they had left 3 days ago, to escape Harry's mysteriously arriving letters, but the context had changed so fundamentally that Harry felt as though he was seeing it all for the first time. The cupboard under the stairs, which had been his bedroom for the first 11 years of his life, now looked exactly like what it was: a deliberate cruelty inflicted upon a child by adults who knew better. The pristine living room, where he had never been allowed to sit on the furniture, now seemed like a monument to the money that had been paid for his care and deliberately withheld from his benefit. "Sit down," Uncle Vernon said, gesturing toward the sofa that Harry had been forbidden to use for his entire life. Harry remained standing. "I think I prefer to stand for this conversation." Uncle Vernon's face reddened slightly, but he seemed to catch himself before launching into his usual tirade. Instead, he took a deep breath and visibly forced himself to remain calm. "Right then," Uncle Vernon said, "I suppose we should start with the obvious question. What exactly do you want?" Harry considered this carefully. What he wanted was 11 years of his childhood back. What he wanted was parents who had lived to raise him with love instead of manipulation. What he wanted was to never have been placed in a situation where adults who were supposed to protect him had instead been paid to harm him for someone else's greater good. "What I want," Harry said finally, "is to understand exactly what arrangements were made for my care, who made them, and what the consequences will be when I refuse to cooperate with them." Uncle Vernon shifted uncomfortably in his chair. The arrangements were quite simple, really. "Professor Dumbledore contacted us shortly after your parents died. He explained that you were famous in their world, but that growing up with that knowledge would be dangerous for both you and everyone around you." "Dangerous how?" Harry asked. Uncle Vernon glanced at Aunt Petunia, who had been unusually quiet since their return. It was she who answered, her voice barely above a whisper. "He said that if you grew up knowing you were special, you might become arrogant and cruel like other powerful wizards throughout history. He said that the fame might corrupt you and make you unsuitable for the destiny you would need to fulfill when you came of age." "And what destiny would that be?" Harry asked, though he was beginning to suspect he already knew the answer. Aunt Petunia's hands twisted in her lap. "He said you would need to defeat the wizard who killed your parents, that this Dark Lord might return someday, and when he did, you would be the only one who could stop him, but only if you had been raised to understand sacrifice and duty rather than privilege and entitlement." Harry felt that cold sensation in his stomach again. "So Professor Dumbledore told you to raise me to be willing to sacrifice myself?" "Not in so many words," Uncle Vernon said quickly. "He just said you needed to learn that life wasn't fair, that you couldn't always get what you wanted, and that sometimes good people had to suffer for the benefit of others. And he paid you to ensure that I learned these lessons," Harry said flatly. Uncle Vernon nodded reluctantly. £500 a month, deposited directly into our account, plus additional funds for any special expenses related to your care." Harry did some quick mental arithmetic. Over 11 years, that was more than £66,000, not including the special expenses, a considerable fortune by any measure, and certainly more than enough to ensure that Harry could have been raised in comfort, even if the Dursleys had been reluctant guardians. "And what did you do with that money?" Harry asked, though he already knew the answer from looking around the house. Uncle Vernon had the grace to look ashamed. "We used it for household expenses and improvements. Dumbledore never specified that it had to be spent directly on you, just that it was for your care." Harry nodded slowly. "I see. So you were paid handsomely to house, feed, and clothe me, but instead you locked me in a cupboard, fed me scraps, and dressed me in Dudley's cast-offs, while using my care money to renovate your kitchen and buy Dudley every toy he ever wanted." "That's not exactly," Aunt Petunia began, but Harry held up a hand to stop her. "Actually, that's exactly what happened, isn't it, Aunt Petunia? You took money intended for my welfare and used it to spoil your own son while deliberately neglecting me. Not because you couldn't afford to treat me better, but because you were specifically instructed to make sure I grew up humble and self-sacrificing." The silence that followed was deafening. Even Dudley seemed to understand that something significant was happening, though his limited intellectual capacity probably prevented him from grasping the full scope of his parents' betrayal. Harry walked over to the window and looked out at Privet Drive, with its neat houses and perfectly manicured lawns. Everything was so carefully controlled here, so precisely maintained to project an image of respectability and normalcy. It occurred to him that his entire life had been just as carefully controlled, just as precisely maintained to serve someone else's purposes. "I want to see the correspondence," Harry said without turning around. "What correspondence?" Uncle Vernon asked, though his tone suggested he knew exactly what Harry meant. "Every letter you've received from Professor Dumbledore, or anyone else regarding my care. Every bank statement showing the deposits. Every instruction you were given about how I should be raised. I want to see all of it." Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia exchanged a look that spoke of shared panic. "We don't have all of that anymore," Uncle Vernon said unconvincingly. "Some of it was thrown away years ago." Harry turned back to face them, and something in his expression made Uncle Vernon sink deeper into his chair. I would strongly advise against lying to me at this point, Uncle Vernon. I think we can both agree that our relationship has moved beyond such simple deceptions." There was something in Harry's voice that had not been there before, a quality of quiet authority that seemed to fill the room. Perhaps it was the knowledge that he was famous in another world, or perhaps it was simply the confidence that came from finally understanding the true scope of his situation. Whatever the source, it had an immediate effect on the Dursleys. Uncle Vernon swallowed hard. "The correspondence is in our bedroom safe, along with the bank statements and instructions." "Excellent," Harry said pleasantly. "Please retrieve them. And Aunt Petunia, perhaps you could make some tea while we review the documents. I have a feeling this is going to take some time." As the Dursleys scurried to comply with his requests, Harry reflected on how quickly the power dynamic in the house had shifted. For 11 years, he had been the unwanted burden, the freak who should be grateful for whatever scraps of kindness were thrown his way. Now, suddenly, he was the one with leverage, and the Dursleys were scrambling to accommodate him. Hedwig hooted softly from her perch on the back of the sofa, and Harry reached over to stroke her feathers. "It's quite a change, isn't it, girl?" he murmured. "I wonder what other changes we can manage once we really put our minds to it." Uncle Vernon returned with a thick manila folder stuffed with papers, his face pale and his hand shaking slightly. He placed it on the coffee table as though it contained something poisonous, which in a way Harry supposed it did. Harry opened the folder and began to read through the document systematically. The first letter was dated just days after his parents' death, written in an elegant script on heavy parchment paper. "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Dursley," the letter began, "I regret the necessity of contacting you during this difficult time, but circumstances require that we discuss the future care of your nephew, Harry Potter. As I am sure you are aware, Harry's parents have been killed by the dark wizard Voldemort, leaving the child orphaned and in need of a safe home." Harry looked up sharply. Voldemort. That was the name of the wizard who had killed his parents. Somehow, seeing it written out in black ink made it feel more real than Hagrid's verbal explanations had. He continued reading. Due to certain magical protections that were activated by his mother's sacrifice, Harry will be safest when living with blood relatives. As his only surviving family, you represent his best hope for protection during his vulnerable childhood years. However, the letter continued, and Harry felt his stomach clench as he read the next paragraph. It is crucial that Harry not be raised with knowledge of his fame or magical heritage. The traumatic events of his infancy, combined with his status as a celebrity in our world, could prove dangerous if he were to develop an inflated sense of his own importance or an expectation of special treatment. Therefore, I must ask that you raise Harry as you would any normal child, with perhaps slightly more emphasis on the values of humility, hard work, and self-sacrifice. It is essential that he learn early that life is often unfair, that good people sometimes suffer for the benefit of others, and that personal comfort must sometimes be secondary to greater needs. Harry's hands were shaking as he reached the end of the first letter. He looked up to find both Dursleys watching him with expressions of guilt and apprehension. "This is what you call raising me as you would any normal child," Harry said, his voice deadly quiet. "Locking me in a cupboard and starving me was your interpretation of teaching me humility?" Uncle Vernon opened and closed his mouth several times before managing to speak. The instructions were quite specific about not spoiling you or allowing you to develop unrealistic expectations. Harry flipped through several more letters, each one reinforcing the theme of deliberate deprivation, disguised as character building. Professor Dumbledore's elegant handwriting outlined a systematic program designed to ensure that Harry would grow up grateful for any kindness, willing to sacrifice himself for others, and completely ignorant of his own worth or potential. One letter in particular caught his attention, dated from his 8th birthday. "I trust that Harry continues to develop appropriately," Dumbledore had written. "It is my understanding that he has been asking questions about his parents recently. Please remember that it is crucial he not learn the true circumstances of their death or his own role in Voldemort's defeat until he comes of age. The burden of such knowledge must be carefully managed to ensure he does not become either arrogant or despondent. I am pleased to hear that his accidental magic has been minimal under your care. This suggests that the emotional suppression techniques we discussed are proving effective. Continue to discourage any displays of unusual abilities, but do not be overly harsh in your corrections. We want Harry to be humble and self-sacrificing, not broken and resentful. Harry set the letter down with exaggerated care, fighting the urge to crumple it in his fist. Emotional suppression techniques, he repeated. That's what you call the beatings and the locked doors and the weeks without food? Aunt Petunia was crying now, tears streaming down her thin cheeks. We thought we were doing the right thing, she whispered. Professor Dumbledore said it was necessary, that you needed to be prepared for your destiny. And what gave Professor Dumbledore the right to determine my destiny? Harry asked. What gave him the right to design my entire childhood around his vision of what I should become? Nobody answered, because there was no good answer to give. Harry continued reading through the correspondence, his anger building with each new revelation of calculated manipulation. There were detailed instructions for managing his education, ensuring that he would struggle academically, not due to lack of ability, but due to lack of support. There were guidelines for his social development, designed to keep him isolated and friendless, so that he would be desperate for approval when he finally entered the magical world. There were even suggestions for his physical development, aimed at keeping him small and weak, so that he would learn to rely on cleverness and courage rather than strength. Every aspect of his miserable childhood had been deliberately orchestrated by a man who had never met him, all in service of some grand plan that Harry had never consented to and might not survive. The bank statements were equally revealing. The monthly payments of £500 had indeed been deposited regularly for over 11 years, but there were also additional payments for specific purposes. £1,000 when Harry had been caught climbing onto the school roof during a game of tag, earmarked for extra security measures to prevent future incidents. £2,000 after his hair had grown back overnight following one of Aunt Petunia's aggressive haircuts, designated for research into suppressing accidental magic. Most damning of all was a payment of £5,000 made just after Harry's 10th birthday, with a memo that made his blood run cold, for implementing advanced emotional conditioning techniques as discussed. Subject responding well to increased isolation and reduced positive reinforcement. Harry closed the folder and sat back, his mind reeling from the scope of the betrayal he had uncovered. It was one thing to suspect that his childhood had been deliberately orchestrated, but seeing the evidence laid out in black and white was overwhelming. Uncle Vernon cleared his throat nervously. What happens now? Harry looked at him for a long moment before answering. Now, Uncle Vernon, we're going to have a very different relationship, one based on mutual benefit, rather than your exploitation of a child you were paid to abuse. Uncle Vernon's face cycled through several shades of red. Now see here, he began, but Harry cut him off with a gesture. Let me explain how things are going to work going forward, Harry said calmly. First, you're going to help me research international magical schools and their application processes. Second, you're going to provide me with access to London libraries and any other resources I need for this research. Third, you're going to treat me with the same respect and consideration you showed Dudley, including proper meals, adequate clothing, and my own bedroom. But we can't just, Aunt Petunia started. In return, Harry continued as though she had not spoken. I will contact these international schools and explain that while I will not be attending Hogwarts, I would still benefit from having guardians who understand the unique challenges of raising a young wizard. I imagine they have their own policies regarding compensation for such arrangements. The Dursleys' eyes widened as they processed the implications. Harry was offering them a way to potentially continue receiving payments while avoiding the consequences of their past actions, but only if they cooperated with his new agenda. Of course, Harry added casually, If you prefer to continue operating under Professor Dumbledore's instructions, I'm sure he will be very interested to learn about my refusal to attend Hogwarts and my intention to seek alternative education. I wonder how he'll react to discovering that his carefully laid plans have been disrupted by the very people he paid to implement them. Uncle Vernon paled visibly. You wouldn't? Harry's smile was sharp enough to cut glass. Uncle Vernon, I've just learned that my entire life has been a lie designed to make me compliant and self-sacrificing. I've discovered that the people who were supposed to care for me have been paid to abuse me instead. Do you really think there's anything I wouldn't do at this point to take control of my own future? The silence that followed was profound. Even Dudley seemed to sense that the world had shifted around him in ways that would affect everyone in the house. Harry stood up and stretched, feeling muscles that had been tense for hours finally beginning to relax. I'll need access to a computer for my research, he said conversationally. I assume Dudley has one in his room that I can borrow. Now wait just a minute, Uncle Vernon blustered. We never said you could use Dudley's computer. Harry turned to look at him with raised eyebrows. Uncle Vernon, I've just offered you a chance to potentially continue receiving substantial monthly payments in exchange for basic human decency. Are you really going to quibble over computer access? Uncle Vernon deflated like a punctured balloon. Fine, he said weakly. You can use the computer. Excellent, Harry said pleasantly. I'll start researching tonight. Oh, and I'll need my own key to the house, and an allowance for transportation to London when I need to visit libraries or meet with people. Shall we say £50 a week to start? £50, Aunt Petunia squeaked. Harry shrugged. That's less than half of what you've been receiving monthly for my care, and I'm asking for actual care this time rather than deliberately orchestrated abuse. It seems quite reasonable to me. He picked up the folder of correspondence and tucked it under his arm. I'll be keeping these documents, by the way, for my records. As he headed toward the stairs, Harry paused and turned back to face the Dursleys one more time. Oh, and one more thing. Hedwig will need a proper perch and high-quality owl food. I'm sure you understand that maintaining good relationships with magical creatures is important when one is navigating international magical education applications. With that, Harry climbed the stairs to what had once been Dudley's second bedroom and was now, apparently, his own room. Hedwig flew up to perch on his shoulder, and together they stood looking out the window at the suburban street where Harry had spent the most miserable years of his childhood. Tomorrow, Harry said quietly to his owl, we start researching our options. And the day after that, we start applying to schools where they teach students to think for themselves rather than blindly follow the plans of manipulative old men. Hedwig hooted approvingly, and Harry felt something that might have been hope beginning to bloom in his chest. For the first time in his life, he was going to have choices, real choices about his education and his future. And he intended to make the most of them. The boy who lived was about to become the boy who chose his own path, and the wizarding world would never be the same. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, delivered by a magnificent silver owl that perched regally on the windowsill of Harry's new bedroom, and waited with obvious expectation for him to notice her presence. Harry had been awake for hours, hunched over Dudley's computer, researching everything he could find about European magical institutions. The past 3 weeks had been a whirlwind of discovery and careful negotiation with the Dursleys, who were still adjusting to the new reality of treating Harry as a human being, deserving of basic respect, rather than an unwanted burden to be hidden away. The transformation in his living situation had been remarkable. His new bedroom, formerly Dudley's spare room for storing broken toys and outgrown clothes, now contained a proper bed, a desk for studying, and even a small bookshelf that Harry had convinced Uncle Vernon to purchase during one of their trips to London. The meals had improved dramatically as well, though Harry suspected this had more to do with Aunt Petunia's terror of losing their monthly income than any genuine change of heart. Hedwig hooted softly from her new perch by the window, drawing Harry's attention to the silver owl waiting outside. The newcomer bore an elegant letter sealed with deep blue wax, and Harry's heart leaped as he recognized the coat of arms pressed into the seal. After weeks of carefully crafted applications and nervous waiting, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic had finally responded. Harry opened the window with trembling hands, allowing the silver owl to enter and extend her leg. The letter was heavier than he had expected, written on parchment so fine it felt like silk between his fingers. He offered the owl some of Hedwig's treats, which she accepted graciously before departing as silently as she had arrived. The address on the letter was written in flowing script that somehow managed to be both elegant and authoritative. Monsieur Harry Potter, future Scholar of Excellence, the unfortunate residents of Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry could not help but smile at the subtle insult embedded in the formal address. He broke the wax seal carefully and unfolded the letter, his eyes widening as he read the opening lines. Mon cher Harry. The letter began in English that carried just a hint of French formality. It is with great pleasure that I respond to your most intriguing application to Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Your letter demonstrated a maturity of thought and clarity of purpose that is rarely seen in students of your age, and I must confess that your reasons for seeking education outside Britain have captured my attention most completely. Harry's hands were shaking slightly as he continued reading. After weeks of uncertainty, the formal acknowledgement of his application felt almost too good to be true. However, the letter continued. Your situation appears to be rather more complex than the typical international transfer student. The circumstances you describe regarding your guardianship and the interference of British magical authorities suggest that a personal meeting would be advisable before we proceed with formal enrollment procedures. If you are agreeable, I would be delighted to meet with you this Saturday afternoon at the Leaky Cauldron in London, where we might discuss your academic goals and the unique protections that Beauxbatons can offer to students seeking independence from unwanted external influences. I have taken the liberty of reserving a private dining room where we can speak without interruption or observation. Please respond by return owl if this arrangement suits your schedule. I very much look forward to making your acquaintance in person. With warmest regards and great anticipation, Madame Olympe Maxime, Headmistress, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic Postscript. I have arranged for one of our current students to join us for our meeting. Mademoiselle Delacour has expressed particular interest in serving as a student ambassador for prospective international transfers, and I believe you will find her insights into life at Beauxbatons most illuminating. Harry read the letter 3 times before the reality of it fully sank in. Not only had Beauxbatons responded to his application, but the headmistress herself wanted to meet with him personally. The implications were staggering, and Harry felt a mixture of excitement and terror at the prospect of such an important meeting. He immediately set about composing his response, taking great care with both his penmanship and his word choice. The letter he had sent to Beauxbatons 3 weeks ago had taken him 4 days to write and rewrite, and he was determined to maintain the same standard of careful communication. Madame Maxime, he wrote, I am deeply honored by your prompt response, and would be delighted to meet with you this Saturday as you suggest. The Leaky Cauldron at 2 o'clock would be perfectly convenient for my schedule. I must confess that I am both excited and somewhat apprehensive about the prospect of discussing my situation in detail. The circumstances that have led me to seek education outside Britain are indeed complex, and I appreciate your understanding that discretion may be necessary given the political sensitivities involved. I very much look forward to learning more about Beauxbatons Academy and the educational opportunities you offer. Thank you again for your consideration of my application. Most respectfully yours, Harry Potter. He sealed the letter and gave it to Hedwig, who departed immediately on her mission. Then he sat back in his chair and tried to process what had just happened. In 4 days, he would be meeting with one of the most respected magical educators in Europe, discussing his future in a way that no adult had ever bothered to do before. The thought was both thrilling and terrifying. Thursday and Friday passed in a blur of nervous preparation. Harry researched everything he could find about Madame Maxime and Beauxbatons, memorizing facts about the school's history, academic programs, and international reputation. He practiced potential conversation topics in his mirror and even convinced Aunt Petunia to take him shopping for clothes that might be appropriate for such an important meeting. The Dursleys had been surprisingly cooperative about his upcoming appointment, though Harry suspected their motivation had more to do with fear than genuine support. The prospect of losing their monthly payments had made them remarkably accommodating to Harry's requests, and Uncle Vernon had even offered to drive him to London personally. Saturday morning dawned clear and bright, with the kind of crisp autumn weather that made everything seem possible. Harry dressed carefully in his new clothes, a simple but well-tailored outfit that Aunt Petunia had helped him select. He looked at himself in the mirror and was surprised to see a young man who appeared confident and purposeful rather than the scrawny, frightened child he had been just a few weeks ago. The transformation was not merely physical, though the proper nutrition and decent clothing had certainly helped. There was something different in his posture and expression, a quality of self-possession that came from finally having some control over his own destiny. Uncle Vernon drove him to London in uncharacteristic silence, perhaps sensing that this meeting represented a turning point that would affect the entire family. When they reached the entrance to Diagon Alley, hidden behind the facade of the Leaky Cauldron, Uncle Vernon actually wished Harry good luck, though his tone suggested he was not entirely sure what he was wishing for. Harry entered the famous wizarding pub with a mixture of wonder and determination. The Leaky Cauldron was everything he had imagined, and more, filled with witches and wizards of every description, going about their daily business with casual displays of magic that still seemed miraculous to his untrained eyes. Tom the barkeeper, a gnarled old man with a completely bald head and no teeth to speak of, greeted Harry with obvious recognition and considerable excitement. "Bless my soul," he exclaimed, loudly enough to draw attention from several nearby patrons. "If it isn't Harry Potter himself, what an honor to have you in my establishment, young sir." "What brings the famous boy who lived to the Leaky Cauldron?" Harry felt his cheeks burn with embarrassment as several customers turned to stare at him with undisguised curiosity. This was exactly the kind of attention he had hoped to avoid, and he suddenly understood why Madame Maxime had reserved a private dining room for their meeting. "I'm here to meet someone," Harry said quietly, hoping to discourage further public attention. "Madame Maxime from Beauxbatons Academy?" Tom's eyes widened even further. "The headmistress of Beauxbatons? Here to meet with you. Blimey, that's quite an honor indeed. She's waiting for you upstairs, second door on the right. Lovely lady, though I must say she's rather substantial." Harry thanked Tom and made his way upstairs, his heart pounding with each step. When he reached the indicated door, he paused for a moment to collect himself before knocking. "Enter," came a voice from within, speaking English with a distinctly French accent that somehow managed to sound both elegant and authoritative. Harry opened the door and stepped into what was clearly the finest private dining room in the establishment. The furniture was polished to a warm glow, the windows looked out over Diagon Alley, and everything spoke of comfort and discretion. But it was the room's occupants that truly captured Harry's attention. The woman seated at the head of the table was indeed substantial, as Tom had warned, standing easily 8 feet tall with an imposing presence that filled the room. Her robes were made of fine black silk, and her dark hair was pulled back in an elegant chignon that revealed handsome features and intelligent eyes that missed nothing. Beside her sat a girl who appeared to be about Harry's age, with silvery blonde hair that caught the light like spun moonbeams, and blue eyes that seemed to hold depths Harry could not fathom. She was easily the most beautiful person he had ever seen, possessed of a kind of ethereal grace that made her seem almost otherworldly. Madame Maxime rose as Harry entered, her smile warm and genuine, despite her intimidating stature. "Monsieur Potter," she said, extending a hand that could have engulfed both of his. What a pleasure to finally meet you in person. I am Olympe Maxime, and this is one of our finest students, Fleur Delacour." The girl, Fleur, stood as well and offered Harry a smile that made his knees feel slightly unsteady. "Bonjour, Harry," she said, her accent making his name sound like music. "I've heard much about your situation, and I am very pleased to meet you." Harry shook hands with both of them, trying not to appear as nervous as he felt. "The honor is entirely mine," he managed to say. "Thank you both for taking the time to meet with me." Madame Maxime gestured for him to take a seat, and Harry found himself at a table set with fine china and crystal glasses. "Please," she said, "you must call me Madame Maxime. We are not so formal at Beauxbatons as some schools, no?" She poured tea from an elegant silver service while continuing to speak. "I must tell you, Harry, that your letter was quite remarkable. In my 30 years as an educator, I have never received an application quite like yours. The maturity of your reasoning and the clarity of your goals were most impressive." Harry felt a flush of pride at the compliment. "Thank you, madame. I spent a great deal of time considering how to express my situation appropriately." Fleur leaned forward slightly, her expression serious despite her youth. "We understand that you have concerns about the British magical establishment, oui? About this Professor Dumbledore and his plans for your future." Harry nodded carefully. "I've discovered that my entire childhood has been orchestrated according to his vision of what I should become, without any consideration for what I might want for myself. The revelation has been quite disturbing." Madame Maxime's expression darkened slightly. We have heard whispers of such things. Dumbledore's reputation for manipulation is not unknown in international circles, though few have had the courage to speak openly about it. "You mean I'm not the first person to have concerns about his methods?" Harry asked, feeling a mixture of relief and vindication. "Certainement non," Fleur said emphatically. "The story of the boy who lived has been told throughout Europe, but the version we hear is quite different from what the British tell. Many people have questioned why such a famous child was raised in obscurity by Muggle relatives who clearly did not understand his needs." Madame Maxime nodded gravely. "The international magical community has long been concerned about the British approach to educating their most gifted students. The emphasis on blind obedience to authority rather than independent thinking has produced many graduates who are ill-equipped to handle the complexities of the modern magical world." This was exactly what Harry had hoped to hear, confirmation that his concerns about Dumbledore and Hogwarts were shared by respected educators outside Britain. The relief he felt was almost overwhelming. "Tell me about Beauxbatons," Harry said, leaning forward with genuine curiosity. "What makes your approach to education different?" "Ah," Madame Maxime said, her eyes lighting up with obvious passion for her subject. "At Beauxbatons, we believe that education should be about developing the whole person, not simply training students to follow orders without question. We teach our students to think critically, to question authority when it is appropriate, and to make their own informed decisions about their futures. Our curriculum is designed to challenge students intellectually, while also nurturing their individual talents and interests," Fleur added. "We have students from across Europe, which means we are exposed to many different perspectives and approaches to magic. This diversity makes us stronger and more adaptable." Harry found himself nodding enthusiastically. "That sounds exactly like what I've been looking for. The idea that I might be taught to think for myself rather than simply accept whatever I'm told is incredibly appealing." Madame Maxime studied him carefully for a moment before speaking again. "But you must understand, Harry, that choosing to attend Beauxbatons would not simply be changing schools. Given your unique situation and the political implications of your decision, it would be a declaration of independence from the British magical establishment. Are you prepared for the consequences of such a choice?" Harry thought about this carefully before answering. I've spent the past month researching those consequences, and I believe I understand what I would be giving up. But I've also learned what I would be gaining, the right to make my own choices about my education and my future. That seems worth almost any price. Fleur smiled approvingly. You speak like someone who has already made up his mind. But perhaps you would like to know more about what daily life at Beauxbatons is actually like. For the next hour, Fleur regaled Harry with stories about life at the academy. She described the magnificent chateau nestled in the Pyrenees Mountains, with its gardens created from the mountainous landscape by magic, and its famous fountain, built in honor of Nicolas and Pernelle Flamel. She told him about the diverse student body, drawn from across Europe and beyond, and the emphasis on elegance and excellence that pervaded every aspect of school life. But most importantly, she told him about the freedom that students at Beauxbatons enjoyed to pursue their own interests and develop their individual talents. There were no houses designed to sort students into predetermined categories, no emphasis on blind loyalty to institutional authority, and no tolerance for teachers who sought to manipulate or control their students for political purposes. It sounds like paradise, Harry said when she finished, and he meant it sincerely. It is not perfect, Madame Maxime cautioned. No school is, but we do our best to create an environment where students can flourish according to their own nature, rather than being forced into molds created by others. She paused to pour more tea before continuing. Now, we must discuss the practical matters. If you were to attend Beauxbatons, you would need legal protection from British attempts to retrieve you. The French Ministry of Magic has certain arrangements for protecting international students from unwanted political interference. What kind of arrangements? Harry asked. Diplomatic immunity, essentially, Fleur explained. Once you are officially enrolled as a student at a French magical institution, the British Ministry cannot simply demand your return without going through proper diplomatic channels. And given the reputation of your Professor Dumbledore in international circles, I doubt they would be eager to make such demands publicly. Madame Maxime nodded. We have dealt with similar situations before, though none quite so high profile as yours would be. The French magical government is quite protective of its educational sovereignty, and does not appreciate attempts by foreign wizards to manipulate French students, even if those students originally came from elsewhere. Harry felt a surge of hope at these words. You mean I would actually be safe from Dumbledore's interference if I enrolled at Beauxbatons? As safe as we can make you, Madame Maxime said carefully. We cannot prevent him from trying to contact you or attempting to convince you to return, but we can certainly prevent him from using official channels to force your compliance. And what about academically? Harry asked. Would I be able to keep up with students who have been studying magic their entire lives? Fleur laughed, a sound like silver bells that made Harry's heart skip a beat. You've been living with muggles for 11 years, which means you've learned to adapt and think creatively in ways that most magical children never develop. This will actually be an advantage in many subjects. Moreover, Madame Maxime added, your application essays demonstrate a level of critical thinking that is quite advanced for someone your age. I have no doubt that you would excel in our academic environment, particularly given your apparent natural intelligence and your strong motivation to succeed. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes, though whether from relief or gratitude he could not say. For the first time in his life, adults who were not being paid to manipulate him were telling him that he was intelligent and capable, that he had potential beyond simply being a weapon in someone else's war. There is one more thing we must discuss, Madame Maxime said gently. The matter of your fame and the expectations that come with it. At Beauxbatons, you would be treated as any other student. We would not exploit your celebrity for publicity purposes, nor would we expect you to live up to some predetermined destiny. Is this what you truly want? Harry nodded emphatically. More than anything. I just want to be a normal student who happens to be learning magic, not a symbol or a weapon or a celebrity. I want to discover who I am when I'm free to make my own choices." Then, Madame Maxime said with a smile that transformed her stern features, "I am pleased to offer you a place at Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, with full scholarship and all the protections that French educational law can provide. The only question remaining is whether you are prepared to accept." Harry's answer came without hesitation. "Yes," he said, his voice strong and clear. "Absolutely yes." Fleur clapped her hands together in delight, while Madame Maxime reached into her robes and withdrew an elegant parchment scroll sealed with the Beauxbatons coat of arms. "Your formal letter of acceptance," she said, presenting it to Harry with obvious satisfaction. "Welcome to Beauxbatons, Monsieur Potter. I believe you will find that your education there will be quite different from anything the British magical world might have offered you." As Harry held his acceptance letter, feeling the weight of his new future in his hands, he realized that for the first time since learning about magic, he felt genuinely excited about what lay ahead. Instead of being dragged unwillingly towards someone else's vision of his destiny, he was choosing his own path forward. The boy who lived was about to become the boy who chose his own future, and the transformation had only just begun. The preparations for Harry's departure from Privet Drive began the moment he returned home, with his Beauxbatons acceptance letter clutched triumphantly in his hand. Uncle Vernon was pacing the living room when Harry entered, his face cycling through various shades of red as he processed the implications of what Harry's successful meeting meant for their household. Aunt Petunia sat rigidly on the edge of the sofa, her thin hands clasped so tightly in her lap that her knuckles had gone white, while Dudley watched the proceedings with the confused expression of someone trying to understand a conversation in a foreign language. "Well," Uncle Vernon demanded without preamble, "what happened? Are they going to take you?" Harry set his acceptance letter on the coffee table with deliberate ceremony, allowing the elegant parchment and official seals to speak for themselves. "They've offered me a full scholarship," he said calmly. "I'm to begin classes at Beauxbatons Academy in 3 weeks. The silence that followed was so complete that Harry could hear the grandfather clock ticking in the hallway. Uncle Vernon's mouth opened and closed several times without producing any sound, while Aunt Petunia made a small whimpering noise that suggested she was calculating the financial implications of Harry's departure. 3 weeks, Uncle Vernon finally managed to croak. "But what about the arrangements? What about Professor Dumbledore? You can't just disappear without telling him what you're planning." Harry's smile was sharp enough to cut glass. "Actually, Uncle Vernon, that's exactly what I can do. And what's more, that's exactly what I'm going to do." Over the following days, the atmosphere at No. 4 Privet Drive grew increasingly tense as word of Harry's plans began to spread through the magical community. It started with subtle signs that someone was watching the house. The same nondescript owl perched on telephone poles at different times of day, strangers walking past the house more frequently than normal, and twice Uncle Vernon noticed the same man in a bowler hat reading a newspaper on the corner for hours at a time. By the end of the first week, the surveillance had become far less subtle. When Harry looked out his bedroom window on Thursday morning, he counted no fewer than 6 obvious watchers positioned at various points around Privet Drive. Some were disguised as repairmen or delivery drivers, but their constant attention to the Dursley house made their true purpose abundantly clear. "They know," Harry told Hedwig, as he stroked her feathers and watched a woman pretending to trim hedges that obviously didn't need trimming. "Dumbledore has figured out that I'm planning something, and he's trying to make sure I don't escape his control." Hedwig hooted softly in response, and Harry could have sworn there was approval in her amber eyes. She had been increasingly restless over the past few days, as though she sensed the approaching change and was eager for it to arrive. Harry had been in constant correspondence with Madame Maxime since their meeting at the Leaky Cauldron, and her latest letter had contained detailed instructions for what she described as an extraction operation. The French Ministry of Magic, it seemed, took a very dim view of British attempts to prevent students from choosing their own educational paths, and they had developed considerable expertise in helping young wizards escape unwanted oversight. The plan was elegantly simple and scheduled for Saturday night, when the weekend shift of watchers would presumably be less experienced and more likely to make mistakes that could be exploited. A team of French aurors would arrive via International Portkey at exactly 11:30, creating a diplomatic corridor that would allow Harry to leave British magical jurisdiction before anyone could legally prevent his departure. All he had to do was be ready. Saturday arrived grey and drizzly, with the kind of persistent rain that seemed designed to match Harry's nervousness about what lay ahead. He had spent the morning packing his few belongings, a task that took considerably less time than it should have for someone leaving their childhood home forever. 11 years of deliberate deprivation meant that everything Harry truly owned could fit comfortably in a single trunk with room to spare. Uncle Vernon had been increasingly agitated as the day progressed, jumping at every unexpected sound and peering through the curtains every few minutes to check on their watchers. The surveillance team had been reinforced overnight, and there were now at least 10 people maintaining constant observation of the house. "They're going to try to stop you," Uncle Vernon said for the dozenth time as the family sat down to what would be Harry's last dinner at Privet Drive. "I can feel it in my bones. That Dumbledore character is not going to let you just walk away from whatever plans he's made." Harry finished his roast beef and Yorkshire pudding, savouring what was actually a quite excellent meal. Aunt Petunia had been cooking with unusual care all week, perhaps driven by guilt, or maybe just fear of what would happen if Harry complained to his new international protectors about his treatment. "Let him try," Harry said quietly. "I've researched the relevant magical laws quite thoroughly, and British authorities have no legal right to prevent me from accepting enrollment at a foreign magical institution. If Professor Dumbledore wants to challenge my decision, he'll have to do it through proper diplomatic channels." "But what if he doesn't care about proper channels?" Aunt Petunia asked nervously. "What if he just takes you anyway and sorts out the legalities later?" Harry met her gaze steadily. "Then he'll find himself in violation of international magical law, and the French ministry will have grounds to demand my return through the International Confederation of Wizards. Somehow I doubt that even Professor Dumbledore wants that kind of political scandal attached to his name." At precisely 11:15, Harry excused himself from the dinner table and went upstairs to collect his trunk and say goodbye to his room. It felt strange to be leaving the house where he had spent his entire conscious life, even though most of those memories were unpleasant. This room, at least, had been a sanctuary during his final weeks at Privet Drive, the first space he had ever been able to call truly his own. Hedwig was waiting on her perch, clearly sensing that their departure was imminent. Harry opened her cage door and extended his arm, allowing her to settle comfortably on his shoulder. "Ready for an adventure, girl?" he asked softly. She hooted once, firmly, and Harry chose to interpret that as enthusiastic agreement. At exactly 11:25, Harry heard the first signs that something unusual was happening outside. There were raised voices in the street, sounds of running feet, and what might have been the crack of apparition from multiple locations at once. He looked out his window and saw that the surveillance team was in obvious disarray, with several of them speaking urgently into small mirrors that probably served as magical communication devices. A moment later, the air in Harry's room shimmered like heat haze, and 3 figures appeared as though they had stepped through an invisible doorway. The leader was a tall witch with steel grey hair, and the kind of bearing that suggested she was accustomed to being obeyed without question. Behind her stood 2 younger wizards, who moved with the fluid grace of trained fighters, their hands resting casually on their wands, but clearly ready for action. "Monsieur Potter," the older witch said in accented English, "I am Auror Captain Delacroix of the French Ministry. We are here to escort you safely to French magical territory. Are you prepared to depart immediately?" Harry shouldered his packed trunk and nodded. "I'm ready." "Bon," she said crisply. "You must understand that the moment we activate the port key, you will be under French magical protection. But until that moment, the British may attempt to intervene. Stay close to us and do exactly as we say, oui?" Harry nodded again, his heart pounding with excitement and terror in equal measure. This was really happening. After weeks of planning and preparation, he was actually going to escape Dumbledore's control and choose his own path forward. Before they could activate their port key, however, the bedroom door burst open and Uncle Vernon stumbled in, his face purple with exertion and his eyes wide with panic. "They're coming!" he gasped. "There are ministry people surrounding the house, and that giant man from before is with them. They'll be at the front door any moment." Captain Delacroix cursed in rapid French and gestured sharply to her companions, who immediately moved to flank the bedroom door. "The situation has become complicated," she told Harry grimly. "We may have to fight our way out." Before Harry could respond to this alarming development, they all heard the front door of the house explode inward with a sound like thunder. Heavy footsteps pounded up the stairs, accompanied by shouting voices that Harry recognized with a sinking heart. "Harry Potter," called a magically amplified voice that could only belong to Professor Dumbledore. "Please come downstairs immediately. We need to discuss your recent decisions before you make a terrible mistake that you will regret for the rest of your life." Captain Delacroix drew her wand and positioned herself between Harry and the bedroom door. "That is not a request," she said quietly. "That is a command from someone who believes he has the right to control your choices. Are you certain you wish to resist?" Harry thought about 11 years of sleeping in a cupboard, while payments for his care went to renovate the Dursley kitchen. He thought about carefully orchestrated emotional suppression designed to make him compliant and self-sacrificing. He thought about a man who had planned his entire miserable childhood around his own vision of what Harry should become, without ever bothering to ask Harry what he wanted for himself. "I'm certain," Harry said, his voice steady despite the chaos erupting around them. "Then we make our stand here," Captain Delacroix declared. She spoke rapidly in French to her companions, who immediately began casting defensive spells around the room. Whatever they were doing filled the air with a faint golden glow that seemed to strengthen the walls and make everything feel more solid and protected. The footsteps in the hallway stopped just outside Harry's door, and Professor Dumbledore's voice came through the wood with deceptive gentleness. "Harry, my boy, I know you're frightened and confused by everything you've learned recently. But running away to a foreign school will not solve your problems. There are things about your situation that you don't understand, dangers that only I can protect you from. Please let me explain before you commit to a course of action you cannot undo." Harry stepped closer to the door, his voice carrying clearly through the wood. "Professor Dumbledore, with all due respect, you've had 11 years to explain things to me. Instead, you chose to pay my relatives to abuse me in service of your grand plan for my life. I think I've heard quite enough of your explanations." There was a long pause before Dumbledore spoke again, and when he did, his voice had lost some of its grandfatherly warmth. "Harry, you are making a serious mistake. The prophecy that governs your destiny cannot be changed by running away to France. Voldemort will return, and when he does, you will be the only one capable of stopping him. But only if you have been properly prepared for that confrontation. Beauxbatons cannot give you the training you will need." Behind Harry, Captain Delacroix made a disgusted sound. "The same old manipulation," she muttered. "Fear and prophecy and destiny, all designed to make you believe you have no choice in your own life." Harry felt anger rising in his chest, hot and righteous and completely justified. "You want to talk about prophecy, Professor? Fine. Let's talk about how you used that prophecy as an excuse to orchestrate my childhood trauma. Let's talk about how you paid the Dursleys to implement emotional conditioning techniques designed to make me willing to sacrifice myself for your greater good. Let's talk about how you never once considered that I might have the right to make my own informed decisions about my future. The silence from the hallway was deafening. When Dumbledore finally spoke, his voice was cold in a way that Harry had never heard before. I see that you have been influenced by people who do not understand the full scope of the situation. Harry, if you leave with these French agents, you will be beyond my protection. I cannot guarantee your safety or the safety of those around you if you refuse to accept the training and guidance you need. Is that a threat, Professor? Harry asked, his voice dangerously quiet. Captain Delacroix stepped forward, her wand now pointed directly at the door. In the presence of French auras, that sounded very much like a threat against a prospective French student. Professor Dumbledore, I should remind you, that threatening an international student under French protection is considered an act of diplomatic aggression. The door to Harry's room suddenly burst into splinters as someone on the other side blasted it with magic. Through the smoking remains, Harry could see Professor Dumbledore standing in the hallway with his wand drawn, flanked by Hagrid and what appeared to be several Ministry of Magic officials. The old wizard's eyes were blazing with anger behind his half-moon spectacles, and his usually benevolent expression had been replaced by something far more dangerous. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying the full weight of his magical authority, "you will come with us immediately. The safety of the wizarding world depends upon your proper education and preparation. I will not allow misguided French interference to jeopardize everything we have worked toward." "Non," Captain Delacroix said firmly, stepping protectively in front of Harry. "He will come with us, as is right under international magical law. You have no legal authority to detain a student who has accepted enrollment at a foreign institution." Dumbledore raised his wand, and Harry felt the air crackle with magical energy. "There are matters of wizarding security that supersede normal educational protocols," he said coldly. "I'm afraid I must insist." What happened next occurred so quickly that Harry barely had time to process it. Captain Delacroix shouted something in French while simultaneously casting a spell that filled the room with blinding silver light. Her two companions responded instantly, their own spells creating a barrier of crackling energy between them and Dumbledore's group. The air filled with the sound of magical combat as spells flew back and forth across the destroyed doorway. Harry found himself grabbed by one of the French auras and pulled toward the window, where Captain Delacroix was doing something complex with what looked like an ornate medallion. "The port key!" she shouted over the noise of the battle. "We must activate it now, before Zay can summon reinforcements." But as she spoke, there was a tremendous crash from downstairs, followed by the sound of more people entering the house. Through his bedroom window, Harry could see additional ministry officials surrounding the building, their wands drawn and their intentions clear. "They have called for backup," the aura holding Harry said urgently. "We are outnumbered." Captain Delacroix's expression was grim but determined. "Then we make this interesting for them," she replied. She spoke a word in French that Harry didn't recognize, and suddenly the air around them seemed to thicken and sparkle with golden light. "The portkey," she explained quickly to Harry, "will take us directly to the French embassy in London, which is sovereign French territory. But we must reach the activation point before they can stop us." She pointed to the center of the room, where the golden light seemed to be concentrating into a swirling vortex of energy. "All we need to do is step into that circle and speak the activation phrase." It sounded simple enough, but the space between Harry's position by the window and the portkey activation point was currently filled with flying spells and considerable magical mayhem. Dumbledore and his people were pressing forward aggressively, while the French auras were falling back toward the window in a fighting retreat. Harry made his decision. Instead of waiting for someone else to clear the path, he broke away from the aura who was protecting him and sprinted directly toward the center of the room, dodging spells and diving under hexes with desperate determination. "Harry, no!" Dumbledore shouted, his voice filled with something that might have been genuine fear. "You don't understand what you're doing." But Harry understood perfectly. For the first time in his life, he was choosing his own path forward, refusing to be manipulated or controlled by people who claimed to know what was best for him. He reached the activation circle just as Captain Delacroix and her companions arrived beside him, their wands still trained on Dumbledore's advancing forces. "Au revoir, Professor," Harry called out, his voice ringing with triumph and defiance. "Tell the wizarding world that the boy who lived has decided to live on his own terms." Captain Delacroix spoke the activation phrase, and the world around them dissolved into a whirlwind of golden light and rushing wind. The last thing Harry saw before the portkey whisked them away was Dumbledore's expression of absolute fury, and something that looked very much like fear. They materialized in an elegant receiving room, decorated in the French style, with tall windows overlooking a London street that Harry didn't recognize. Captain Delacroix immediately began speaking rapidly into a magical communication device, while her companions maintained protective stances around Harry. "Where are we?" Harry asked, still trying to catch his breath from the excitement of their escape. "The French embassy," Captain Delacroix replied without looking up from her communication device. "As of this moment, you are under the protection of the French Republic and her magical institutions. Professor Dumbledore can protest all he likes, but he cannot touch you here." Harry sat down heavily in an ornate chair, the reality of what had just happened finally beginning to sink in. He had done it. He had actually escaped from Dumbledore's control and chosen his own path forward. The sense of freedom was almost overwhelming. "What happens now?" he asked. "Now," Captain Delacroix said with a satisfied smile, "we arrange for your transportation to Beauxbatons Academy, where you can begin your real education, and where you can learn to be the person you choose to become, rather than the person others have planned for you to be." Outside the embassy windows, Harry could see the lights of London twinkling in the darkness. Somewhere out there, Dumbledore was probably planning his next move, trying to figure out how to regain control of the boy who lived. But for the first time in Harry's life, those plans didn't matter. He was free to make his own choices, and he intended to make the most of that freedom. The boy who lived had become the boy who chose his own destiny, and the wizarding world would never be the same. The portkey journey from the French embassy to Beauxbatons Academy was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Unlike the violent, nauseating sensation of his escape from Privet Drive, this transportation felt smooth and purposeful, as though he were being carried by invisible hands through layers of reality that existed between the mundane world and something far more magical. The air around him shimmered with golden threads of light that seemed to sing in harmonies he could feel in his bones, and when the journey finally ended, Harry found himself standing in what could only be described as paradise. The first thing that struck him was the sheer scope of the landscape spread out before him. Beauxbatons Academy was built into the side of a mountain that rose majestically toward snow-capped peaks that seemed to touch the sky itself. The chateau that served as the main building was a masterpiece of magical architecture, its towers and spires reaching upward like frozen music, while terraced gardens cascaded down the mountainside in a display of carefully controlled natural beauty that took his breath away. But it was not just the visual splendor that overwhelmed him. There was something in the air itself, a quality of magic so pure and concentrated that Harry could taste it on his tongue. Every breath filled his lungs with power that seemed to resonate with something deep inside his chest, as though his very soul were responding to the presence of centuries' worth of accumulated wisdom and learning. "Welcome to Beauxbatons Academy of Magic," said Madame Maxime, who had been waiting for their arrival in a reception courtyard that was itself a work of art. The cobblestones beneath their feet were arranged in intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change when Harry was not looking directly at them, while fountains placed strategically around the space created a symphony of water sounds that somehow never became overwhelming. Fleur stood beside the headmistress, her silvery blonde hair catching the late afternoon sunlight in a way that made her appear almost luminous. She was smiling with obvious pleasure at Harry's reaction to his first sight of the school, and when she spoke, her voice carried genuine warmth. "What do you think, Harry?" she asked, using the French pronunciation of his name that somehow made it sound like a completely different person. "Is it everything you hoped it would be?" Harry turned slowly in a complete circle, trying to take in every detail of what surrounded him. The chateau itself was built from pale golden stone that seemed to glow with its own inner light, while the gardens that stretched in every direction were laid out with mathematical precision that somehow never felt artificial or forced. Everywhere he looked, there were students going about their daily activities with an air of purposeful elegance that spoke of high standards and genuine intellectual curiosity. "It's magnificent," Harry said finally, and he meant it with every fibre of his being. "I never imagined that any place could be so beautiful." Madame Maxime smiled with obvious satisfaction. "The beauty," she said, "is not merely decorative. Everything you see here has been designed to inspire excellence and to remind our students that they are part of something greater than themselves. When you are surrounded by beauty and purpose, it becomes much easier to achieve your own potential." She gestured for Harry to follow her as she began walking toward the main entrance of the chateau. "Come," she continued, "let me show you what will be your home for the next 7 years." The interior of the chateau was every bit as impressive as its exterior. The entrance hall was a soaring space with a ceiling that seemed to extend far higher than the building's external dimensions should have allowed, while staircases that appeared to be carved from single pieces of white marble curved upward in graceful spirals that somehow never quite followed the laws of normal geometry. The walls were lined with portraits of distinguished-looking witches and wizards who nodded politely as the group passed, and Harry noticed that several of them appeared to be holding quiet conversations with each other between frames. But what truly captured his attention were the students themselves. Unlike the chaotic bustle he had observed during his brief visit to Diagon Alley, the young people moving through the halls of Beauxbatons carried themselves with a dignity and purpose that spoke of genuine intellectual engagement. They were clearly from many different countries, their conversations a mixture of French, Spanish, Portuguese, and languages Harry could not identify, but they all shared a quality of focused intensity that he had never seen in people his own age. "The students you see here," Madame Maxime explained as though reading his thoughts, "come to us from across Europe and beyond. We accept only those who demonstrate not just magical ability, but also the intellectual curiosity and moral character necessary to make the most of their education. As a result, you will find that your fellow students are among the finest young minds of their generation." They passed through several more halls, each one decorated with artistic treasures that would not have been out of place in the finest museums of the world. Harry noticed tapestries that seemed to tell stories as he watched them, sculptures that shifted their poses when they thought no one was looking, and paintings that depicted scenes of magical learning throughout the centuries. Eventually, they reached what Madame Maxime identified as the heart of the school, a vast library that occupied what appeared to be an entire wing of the chateau. The space was filled with thousands upon thousands of books, their shelves reaching up into shadows that the magical lighting could not quite penetrate. Students sat at elegant reading tables scattered throughout the space, some working alone in focused concentration, while others collaborated in small groups on complex projects that involved charts and diagrams Harry could not begin to understand. "This," Madame Maxime said with obvious pride, "is where the real magic happens. At Beauxbatons, we believe that knowledge is the foundation of all achievement. Our students have access to one of the finest magical libraries in the world, including texts that are centuries old and others that represent the cutting edge of magical research." Harry stared at the incredible collection in wonder. "How many books are there?" he asked. "More than 50,000 volumes," Fleur answered, moving to stand beside him. "And that is just the main collection. Each department has its own specialized library, and Zere are also private collections. Zat are available to advanced students working on independent research projects. The scope of knowledge represented by such a vast collection was almost overwhelming. Harry thought about the tiny school library at his primary school in Little Whinging, with its few hundred well-worn volumes, and realized that his entire previous conception of what education could be had been laughably limited. Their tour continued through classrooms that were themselves works of art, laboratories equipped with magical apparatus that seemed to blend cutting-edge innovation with classical elegance, and workshops where students were creating everything from enchanted jewelry to magical paintings that moved and responded to their viewers' emotions. But it was when they reached the gardens that Harry truly understood what made Beauxbatons special. The gardens were not simply decorative landscaping, but rather a carefully designed outdoor classroom where students learned to work with magical plants in their natural environment. Terraced beds contained specimens from every magical climate in the world, while greenhouses that appeared to be made entirely of crystal sheltered more delicate species that required specific atmospheric conditions. At the center of it all stood the famous Flamel fountain, a masterpiece of magical engineering that had been built to honor the great alchemists Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel during their time as students at the academy. The fountain itself was carved from what appeared to be a single enormous emerald, its water flowing in patterns that seemed to defy gravity, while creating music that harmonized with the natural sounds of the gardens around it. The fountain, Madame Maxime explained, is said to have healing and beautifying properties. Whether this is literally true, or simply the result of the peaceful environment it creates, I cannot say. But I can tell you that many students find that spending time here helps them think more clearly and feel more connected to their studies. Harry approached the fountain slowly, mesmerized by the way the water seemed to dance in the air before falling back into the emerald basin. As he drew closer, he felt a strange tingling sensation in his scar, but it was not the sharp pain he had sometimes experienced in the past. Instead, it felt almost like recognition, as though something about this place resonated with magic that was already part of him. Without thinking, he reached out to touch the water, and the moment his fingers made contact with the fountain, several things happened at once. The tingling in his scar intensified, but remained pleasant rather than painful. The sound of the fountain's music became clearer, as though he was suddenly able to hear harmonies that had been present all along, but previously beyond his perception. And most remarkably, he could have sworn that the water itself seemed to respond to his touch, its patterns becoming more complex and beautiful as it flowed around his hand. Fleur gasped softly beside him. "Harry," she said, her voice filled with wonder, "look at the fountain. I've never seen it do that before." Harry looked down and saw that she was right. The water was now flowing in spirals and helixes that created patterns of incredible beauty, while the music it produced had become a complex symphony that seemed to speak directly to his heart. Other students had begun to gather around them, their expressions ranging from curiosity to amazement. "Interesting," Madame Maxime murmured, her eyebrows raised in surprise. The Flamel fountain has always been sensitive to magical resonance, but I have never seen it respond so strongly to a new student. "What does it mean?" Harry asked, reluctantly withdrawing his hand from the water. The fountain's patterns gradually returned to normal, though the music seemed to retain some of the complexity it had gained during his contact. Madame Maxime considered this question carefully. "It could mean many things," she said finally. "The fountain was created to recognize and respond to magical potential, particularly the kind of deep, instinctive magic that cannot be taught through normal instruction. Perhaps it is simply acknowledging that you have considerable natural ability." She paused, studying Harry's face with the kind of intense attention he had learned to associate with adults who were trying to solve puzzles they did not fully understand. "Or perhaps," she added thoughtfully, "it recognizes something about your magical signature that, is unusual in ways we do not yet understand. Harry felt a chill run down his spine at these words. Throughout his short exposure to the magical world, people had been telling him that he was special, that he was different from other wizards in ways that carried both privilege and responsibility. He had hoped that coming to Beauxbatons might allow him to escape that burden and simply be a normal student learning magic like everyone else. But normal students, he realized, probably did not make centuries-old fountains respond to their touch in unprecedented ways. As they continued their tour, Harry tried to push his worries about being special to the back of his mind and focus instead on the remarkable educational environment he was being shown. The more he saw of Beauxbatons, the more convinced he became that his decision to reject Hogwarts had been absolutely correct. Here, education was clearly about developing each student's individual potential rather than sorting them into predetermined categories and training them to fulfill specific roles. The curriculum was designed to challenge students intellectually while also nurturing their creativity and independent thinking. Most importantly, the atmosphere was one of collaboration and mutual respect rather than competition and arbitrary authority. Eventually, their tour brought them to what would be Harry's dormitory, located in one of the chateau's elegant towers that overlooked the gardens and the mountain peaks beyond. His room was spacious and beautifully appointed, with tall windows that provided natural light during the day and a view of the stars at night. The furniture was crafted from warm wood that seemed to glow with its own inner light, while tapestries on the walls depicted scenes of magical learning and discovery that shifted and changed as he watched them. But what impressed Harry most was that his room was clearly designed for serious academic work. There was a large desk positioned to take advantage of the natural light, built-in bookshelves that were already partially filled with what appeared to be essential texts for his first-year studies, and even a small laboratory area where he could conduct independent magical experiments under proper safety conditions. "This will be your space for as long as you are a student here," Madame Maxime explained. "We believe that students learn best when they have a place. That is truly their own. Somewhere they can retreat for quiet study, or simply to think and reflect on what they are learning." Harry set his trunk down beside the wardrobe and looked around the room that would be his home for the next several years. After 11 years of sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs, the idea of having so much space that was exclusively his seemed almost too good to be true. "There is one more thing we must discuss before I leave you to settle in," Madame Maxime said, her expression becoming more serious. "The question of your house assignment." "House assignment," Harry repeated, feeling his heart sink slightly. He had hoped that Beauxbatons might not use the same sort of arbitrary sorting system that Hogwarts employed, dividing students into competing factions that seemed designed to create more conflict than cooperation. Madame Maxime seemed to sense his concern and smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry," she said. "Our house system is quite different from what you might have expected based on British magical education. Rather than sorting students into competing groups based on personality traits, that are often superficial, we organize our students into collaborative communities. That supports their academic and personal development." She gestured to Fleur, who stepped forward with a warm smile. "Fleur will explain the system to you, as she has been designated as your student mentor for your first year." "At Beauxbatons," Fleur began, "we have 4 housses, but they are not meant to compete against each other. Instead, each one represents a different approach to magical learning and personal development. The House of Papillons focuses on transformation and growth. The House of Ombrelunes emphasizes wisdom and contemplation. The House of Bellefeuille values harmony and cooperation, and the House of Aigle's champions excellence and achievement." Harry considered this system, which sounded far more sophisticated and supportive than the competitive rivalry he had heard about at Hogwarts. "Which house do you think would be best for me?" he asked. Fleur exchanged a glance with Madame Maxime before answering. Based on what I've learned about your background and your goals, I believe you would thrive in the Hous of Papillon. You have already demonstrated remarkable personal transformation in choosing to leave your previous life and seek education. That will allow you to become the person you truly wish to be. Madame Maxime nodded approvingly. The Hous of Papillons would indeed be appropriate for someone beginning a new phase of their life. The other students in that house will understand the challenges of personal growth and will provide support as you adapt to your new environment. Harry thought about this choice and realized that it felt right in a way that was difficult to articulate. The idea of joining a community focused on transformation and growth appealed to him enormously, particularly after years of being forced into a static role as the abused nephew who should be grateful for whatever scraps of kindness he received. "I would be honored to join the House of Papillon," he said formally. "Excellent," Madame Maxime replied with satisfaction. "The sorting ceremony will take place tomorrow evening, but for now, you should rest and begin to familiarize yourself with your new environment. Fleur will remain with you to answer any questions you might have and to help you navigate your first day as a student at Beauxbatons." With that, the headmistress departed, leaving Harry alone with Fleur in his magnificent new room. For a moment, neither of them spoke, as though they were both processing the magnitude of the changes that had taken place in Harry's life over the past few hours. "So," Fleur said finally, settling gracefully into one of the comfortable chairs near the window, "how does it feel to be free of Professor Dumbledore's control?" Harry considered this question carefully as he unpacked his few belongings and arranged them in his new space. "It feels incredible," he said, honestly, "but also terrifying. For my entire life, other people have made all the important decisions for me. Now, suddenly, I have to learn how to make my own choices about everything from what to study to how to spend my free time." Fleur nodded understandingly. "That is natural," she said. "Freedom can be frightening when you are not used to it. But you will learn, and you will have support from your fellow students and your professors. At Beauxbatons, we believe that independence is a skill that must be taught and practiced, not something that students should be expected to develop entirely on their own." Harry found this perspective enormously comforting. The idea that his uncertainty about how to navigate his new freedom was normal and expected, rather than a sign of personal weakness, lifted a weight from his shoulders that he had not even realized he was carrying. "Tell me about the other students," he said, as he arranged his books on the shelves. "What are they like?" Fleur's face lit up with genuine enthusiasm. "They are wonderful," she said. "Because Beauxbatons draws students from so many different countries and backgrounds, you will have the opportunity to learn not just about magic, but about the world itself. My own dorm mates include a girl from Spain who specializes in weather magic, a boy from Portugal whose family has been studying magical creatures for centuries, and a girl from Belgium who can create the most beautiful illusions you have ever seen." She paused, her expression becoming more thoughtful. "But more than that, they are all here because they want to learn and grow, not because they are simply following the expectations of their families or their society. That shared commitment to excellence creates a very different kind of environment than you might have experienced before." Harry thought about the Dursleys and their complete lack of interest in learning or personal growth, and realized that Fleur was describing something he had never experienced but had always longed for, a community of people who valued knowledge and self-improvement for their own sake. "What about the professors?" he asked. "Are they very different from British magical educators?" Fleur laughed, a sound that reminded Harry of silver bells ringing in a gentle breeze. "Very different," she confirmed. The professors see themselves as guides and mentors, rather than authorities who must be obeyed without question. They will challenge you to think for yourself and to question everything they teach you, because they believe that true learning only happens when students become active participants in their own education, rather than passive recipients of information. This philosophy appealed to Harry enormously, particularly after his experiences with Dumbledore's manipulation and control. The idea of learning from teachers who respected his intelligence and encouraged his independence felt almost too good to be true. As the afternoon progressed into evening, Fleur showed Harry around the dormitory common areas and introduced him to several other students who would be his housemates in Papillon. Each introduction reinforced his growing sense that he had made the right choice in coming to Beauxbatons. His new housemates were not just intelligent and talented, but also genuinely kind and welcoming in ways that had nothing to do with his fame as the boy who lived. They asked him about his background and his interests, but they seemed far more interested in getting to know him as a person than in discussing his celebrity status or his role in British magical politics. For the first time in his life, Harry found himself in an environment where he was valued for who he was, rather than for who other people expected him to become. As he settled into bed that first night at Beauxbatons, looking out his window at the star-filled sky above the French Pyrenees, Harry reflected on the remarkable journey that had brought him to this place. Just weeks ago, he had been sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs, believing that his life would never be anything more than servitude to people who despised him. Now, he was a student at one of the finest magical institutions in the world, surrounded by people who respected his intelligence and supported his growth, free to pursue his own interests and develop his own talents without interference from manipulative authority figures. The boy who lived had become the boy who chose his own path, and the future stretched ahead of him, filled with possibilities he was only beginning to imagine. The news of Harry Potter's defection from British magical education broke like thunder across the wizarding world on a crisp October morning, delivered by the Daily Prophet in headlines so large they could be read from across a room. Boy who lived abandons Britain for foreign school. The front page screamed in letters that seemed to pulse with indignation. Dumbledore refuses comment as national hero flees to France. At Beauxbatons Academy, Harry first learned of the scandal when Fleur burst into the House of Papillon common room, clutching a copy of the British newspaper that had somehow made its way to the French Pyrenees. Her usually composed expression was twisted with a mixture of outrage and disbelief as she thrust the paper toward Harry, who was quietly working on his Transfiguration homework at one of the elegant study tables. "Harry," she said breathlessly, "you need to see this. The British press has gone completely mad." Harry took the newspaper with trembling hands, his stomach clenching as he read the sensationalized account of his departure from England. The article, written by someone named Rita Skeeter, painted him as an ungrateful traitor who had abandoned his destiny and betrayed the wizarding world that had made him famous. According to sources close to the situation, the piece read, "Young Potter's decision to flee British magical education represents a shocking abdication of his responsibilities to the wizarding community that has elevated him to heroic status. His selfishness in choosing personal comfort over duty raises serious questions about whether the boy who lived possesses the moral character necessary to fulfill his destined role as the savior of magical Britain." Harry felt his cheeks burn with a combination of anger and humiliation as he read the rest of the article, which quoted unnamed sources describing him as arrogant, ungrateful, and dangerously naive about the forces that threatened the wizarding world. There was no mention of Dumbledore's manipulation or the systematic abuse Harry had endured at the hands of his guardians. Instead, the entire focus was on his alleged betrayal of British magical society. But it was the editorial that accompanied the main article that truly made Harry's blood boil. Written by the Daily Prophet's editor himself, it called for immediate action to bring the wayward boy who lived back under proper British supervision before his foreign education could corrupt him further. The piece concluded with a chilling paragraph that made Harry's hands shake as he read it. "The question facing our community is simple. can we afford to allow our greatest hero to be influenced by foreign magical philosophies that may not align with British magical values? The answer, this editorial board believes, is a resounding no. Harry Potter belongs to magical Britain, and it is time for our government to take whatever steps are necessary to ensure his return to proper British guidance. Fleur sat down beside him, her expression fierce with protective anger. "This is outrageous," she said, her accent thickening with emotion. "They are talking about you as though you are property to be claimed, rather than a person with the right to choose your own education." Other students had begun to gather around them, drawn by Fleur's obvious distress and the sight of Harry holding what was clearly devastating news. Henri Dubois, a sixth-year student from Belgium who had become something of a mentor to Harry during his first weeks at Beauxbatons, leaned over to read the headlines and whistled low in amazement. "Mon Dieu," he said softly. "The British have truly lost their minds. Haven't they? To write such things about a student who simply chose to attend a different school." Isabella Vega, a sharp-witted girl from Spain who had quickly become one of Harry's closest friends, snatched the paper from his hands and began reading the editorial aloud with increasing disgust. By the time she reached the final paragraph calling for government intervention, her voice was shaking with fury. "This is not journalism," she declared, throwing the paper down on the table with obvious contempt. "This is propaganda designed to justify whatever actions they are planning to take against you. They are trying to make the British magical public believe that you have committed some terrible crime by choosing your own education." Harry stared at the newspaper, his mind racing as he tried to process the implications of what he was reading. He had known that his decision to attend Beauxbatons would be controversial, but he had not anticipated this level of vitriol and barely concealed threat. "What does this mean for me?" he asked quietly. "Can they actually do anything to force me to return?" Before anyone could answer, the common room door opened and Madame Maxime entered, her expression grim but determined. She surveyed the group of concerned students gathered around Harry and nodded as though she had expected to find exactly this scene. "I see that you have seen the British coverage of your situation," she said without preamble. "I am here to discuss what this means for your continued enrollment at Beauxbatons and the steps we are taking to protect you from any potential interference." She gestured for the other students to give them some privacy, and they reluctantly dispersed to other parts of the common room, though Harry noticed that they remained close enough to offer support if needed. When only Harry and Fleur remained at the study table, Madame Maxime sat down across from them and fixed Harry with her penetrating gaze. First, she said, "You should know that the French Ministry of Magic has issued a formal statement defending your right to choose your own education and condemning any attempts to characterize this choice as betrayal or abandonment. The international magical community is watching this situation very carefully, and there is considerable support for your position." Harry felt some of the tension leave his shoulders at this news. The idea that he was not completely alone in facing the British magical establishment's anger was enormously comforting. However, Madame Maxime continued, "We must be realistic about the challenges you may face in the coming months. The British Ministry of Magic is under considerable pressure from public opinion to take action regarding your situation. While they cannot legally compel your return, they may attempt other forms of pressure or interference." "What kind of interference?" Harry asked, though he was not sure he wanted to know the answer. Madame Maxime considered this question carefully before responding. "They might attempt to restrict your access to British magical resources or locations," she said. "They could also try to pressure your guardians or other family members to convince you to return. Most concerning, they might attempt to use your famous status against you by spreading misinformation about your motivations or your experiences here at Beauxbatons." Harry thought about the Dursleys and realized that they were probably already feeling pressure from the British magical authorities. The monthly payments that had supported their cooperation with his education plans would likely be discontinued now that he was no longer under British magical supervision, and they might be facing serious consequences for their role in his escape. The thought filled him with a mixture of satisfaction and concern. While he had no sympathy for the Dursleys given their years of abuse, he also did not want them to suffer serious harm because of his choices. "What about my relatives?" he asked. "Will they be in trouble because they helped me leave?" Madame Maxime's expression softened slightly. "The French ministry has already contacted the British authorities to make it clear that your relatives acted under French magical protection and cannot be held responsible for your departure. Additionally, we have arranged for them to receive financial compensation equivalent to what they were receiving from Professor Dumbledore, so they will not suffer economically from your decision." Harry was surprised by this news, and touched by the consideration that the French magical authorities had shown for people who had not exactly treated him well. It spoke to a level of ethical sophistication that he had not encountered in his limited experience with the British magical establishment. "But the most important thing," Madame Maxime continued, "is that you should not allow this political controversy to interfere with your education or your personal development. You have made the right choice for yourself, and you deserve to pursue your studies without constantly worrying about external pressure or criticism." She reached into her robes and withdrew a thick envelope sealed with official-looking wax. "This contains the formal documentation of your enrollment status, your academic records, and the legal protections that the French Republic extends to all of its international students. If anyone questions your right to be here or attempts to interfere with your education, you should present these documents and refer them to the appropriate French authorities." Harry took the envelope with hands that trembled slightly. The weight of the documents inside felt like armor against the criticism and threats that were being directed at him from across the Channel. Additionally, Madame Maxime added, "I want you to know that your academic performance during your first month at Beauxbatons has been exceptional. Your professors are all impressed with your intelligence, your work ethic, and your ability to think critically about complex magical concepts. You are proving that your decision to seek education outside Britain was absolutely correct. This praise meant more to Harry than any amount of political support could have. For the first time in his life, he was being judged purely on his academic merit rather than on his fame or his supposed destiny, and the fact that he was succeeding in that environment validated every choice he had made. Over the following weeks, the controversy surrounding Harry's enrollment at Beauxbatons continued to simmer in the British magical press, but the tone gradually began to shift as more details about his situation emerged. Letters to the editors of various publications began questioning why the boy who lived had felt the need to flee British magical education, and investigative journalists started asking uncomfortable questions about the circumstances of his upbringing. The breakthrough came when a reporter for Witch Weekly managed to interview several neighbours from Privet Drive who had observed the Dursley family's treatment of Harry over the years. Their descriptions of a thin, poorly dressed child who was obviously neglected and possibly abused created a scandal that dwarfed the original controversy over his departure. Harry first learned about these developments when he received an unexpected letter from Hermione Granger, the brilliant witch he had heard so much about, but never met. The letter was delivered by a magnificent tawny owl who waited patiently while Harry read the carefully crafted message. "Dear Harry," the letter began in handwriting that was precise and elegant, despite the obvious emotion behind the words. "I hope you will forgive me for writing to you without a proper introduction, but I felt compelled to reach out after learning about your situation through the recent press coverage. My name is Hermione Granger, and I am currently a first-year student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Like you, I was raised by Muggle parents and knew nothing about the magical world until I received my Hogwarts letter. Unlike you, however, I had loving parents who supported my decision to pursue magical education and who continue to take pride in my achievements. I have been following the coverage of your departure from Britain with great interest, and I must say that I am deeply disturbed by what I have learned about your treatment at the hands of your relatives. No child should have to endure the kind of neglect and abuse that has been described in the recent articles, and I cannot imagine how difficult it must have been for you to make the decision to leave everything familiar behind in search of a better life. But what disturbs me even more is the reaction of the British magical establishment to your completely reasonable decision to seek education elsewhere. The attacks on your character and the demands for your forcible return suggest a level of institutional arrogance that I find profoundly troubling. I want you to know that not everyone in the British magical community supports the official position regarding your situation. Many of us admire your courage in standing up for yourself and choosing your own path, even in the face of enormous pressure to conform to other people's expectations. I have been doing my own research into magical education systems around the world, and from everything I have read, Beauxbatons Academy offers an exceptionally fine education that emphasizes exactly the kind of critical thinking and independent learning that I value most. I have no doubt that you will thrive in such an environment. I also want you to know that your example has inspired me to think more carefully about my own educational choices. While I am currently enrolled at Hogwarts, I am not entirely satisfied with the teaching methods or the institutional culture I have encountered here. The emphasis on house rivalry and blind obedience to authority feels antiquated and counterproductive, and I find myself wondering whether I might benefit from pursuing alternative educational opportunities. If you would be willing to correspond with me about your experiences at Beauxbatons, I would be very grateful for your insights. I am particularly interested in learning about the academic standards, the teaching methodologies, and the overall intellectual culture of the institution. I hope that you are finding happiness and fulfillment in your new environment, and I want you to know that you have supporters in Britain who respect your choices and admire your courage. With warmest regards and deepest respect, Hermione Granger. P.S. I have enclosed several recent articles from various British magical publications that I thought you might find interesting. The tide of public opinion seems to be turning in your favor as more people learn the truth about your situation. Harry read the letter 3 times, feeling a warmth spread through his chest that had nothing to do with the fireplace crackling nearby in the Papillon common room. Here was someone who understood his situation, who supported his choices, and who was even considering following his example in seeking better educational opportunities. He immediately set about composing a reply, taking great care with both his penmanship and his word choice. Hermione's letter had been so thoughtful and well-reasoned that he wanted to respond with the same level of care and consideration. "Dear Hermione," he wrote, "thank you so much for your kind and thoughtful letter. It means more than I can express to know that there are people in Britain who understand why I made the choices I did, and who support my right to pursue the education I believe is best for me. Your description of your own experiences at Hogwarts confirms many of my suspicions about the limitations of British magical education. The emphasis on house rivalry and unquestioning obedience to authority that you mention sounds exactly like the kind of institutional culture I was hoping to escape by coming to Beauxbatons. I am happy to tell you that my experiences here have exceeded even my highest expectations. The academic standards are indeed exceptional, but more than that, the entire approach to learning is designed to develop independent thinking and personal responsibility rather than passive compliance with institutional expectations." He went on to describe the collaborative house system, the emphasis on international perspectives, and the respect that professors showed for students as individuals rather than as representatives of predetermined categories. He told her about the magnificent library, the innovative teaching methods, and the sense of intellectual freedom that pervaded every aspect of life at the academy. But most importantly, he wrote about the personal transformation he had undergone since arriving at Beauxbatons. For the first time in his life, he was free to discover who he truly was, rather than who other people expected him to become. and the results had been nothing short of remarkable. I would be delighted to continue corresponding with you about educational opportunities and anything else you would like to discuss, he concluded. Your letter suggests that you are exactly the kind of intelligent, independent-minded person who would thrive in an environment like Beauxbatons, and I hope you will seriously consider exploring your options for the future. The correspondence with Hermione became a regular source of joy and intellectual stimulation for Harry over the following weeks. Her letters were filled with insightful observations about magical theory, critical analyses of the British magical educational system, and thoughtful questions about life at Beauxbatons that pushed Harry to articulate his own experiences more clearly. But it was her final letter of the term that truly surprised him. Dear Harry, she wrote, I have made a decision that I hope you will understand and support. After considerable research and careful consideration, I have submitted an application for transfer to Beauxbatons Academy for the upcoming academic year. My experiences at Hogwarts have convinced me that I need an educational environment that will challenge me intellectually and encourage me to develop my own ideas, rather than simply absorbing the received wisdom of previous generations. From everything you have told me about Beauxbatons, it sounds like exactly the kind of institution where I could truly flourish. I realize that this decision will be controversial and will likely subject me to some of the same criticism that you have faced. However, your example has shown me that it is possible to stand up for one's own educational needs even in the face of institutional pressure and public disapproval. I hope that we will have the opportunity to meet in person when the new academic year begins, and I look forward to experiencing firsthand the intellectual freedom and academic excellence that you have described so eloquently. Harry smiled as he finished reading the letter, feeling a sense of profound satisfaction at the knowledge that his example had inspired someone else to seek better educational opportunities. The idea that he would soon have a fellow British refugee at Beauxbatons was exciting in ways he could barely articulate. But beyond his personal excitement, Harry recognized that Hermione's decision represented something much more significant. It was a sign that the tide of public opinion was indeed turning, and that the British magical establishment's attempts to characterize his departure as betrayal and abandonment were failing to convince the people who mattered most, intelligent young witches and wizards who cared more about the quality of their education than about a blind loyalty to institutional tradition. As he prepared for his first-term examinations at Beauxbatons, Harry reflected on how much his life had changed since that stormy night when Hagrid had first told him about the magical world. He had gone from being a powerless victim of other people's plans to being an independent young man who was inspiring others to take control of their own educational futures. The boy who lived had become the boy who chose his own path, and that path was leading to possibilities he had never dared to imagine. The advanced defense against the dark arts classroom at Beauxbatons was unlike anything Harry had ever imagined a magical educational space could be. Located in one of the chateau's oldest towers, the circular room was designed with both beauty and functionality in mind. Ancient stone walls were lined with protective runes that pulsed with a faint silver light, while tall windows provided natural illumination that somehow never cast shadows in inconvenient places. The floor was made of polished black marble that seemed to absorb and redirect magical energy, creating an environment where advanced spells could be practiced safely without risk to the students or the building itself. But what truly distinguished this classroom from anything Harry might have encountered at Hogwarts was the attitude toward the subject matter itself. Rather than treating the dark arts as something to be feared and avoided, Professor Delacroix approached them as a legitimate area of magical study that required careful understanding in order to be effectively countered. Professor Delacroix himself was a tall, elegant man with prematurely silver hair and intelligent grey eyes that missed nothing. He carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone who had faced genuine darkness and emerged victorious, but without the haunted quality that Harry had noticed in some of the British wizards he had met. When he spoke about dark magic, it was with the measured objectivity of a scholar, rather than the fearful superstition, that seemed to characterize British magical education. Today's lesson, Professor Delacroix announced, as the 12 students in Harry's advanced class took their seats, will focus on Z-theory and practice of recognizing dark magical influences. Unlike the British approach, which seems to believe that ignorance provides protection, we will examine the actual mechanisms by which dark magic affects both objects and living beings. Harry felt a thrill of excitement at these words. After months of vague warnings about dark magic from Hagrid and others, the prospect of actually understanding what made certain spells and magical practices dangerous was enormously appealing. The fundamental principle, Professor Delacroix continued, his accent lending gravity to every word, is that dark magic draws its power from negative emotions and destructive intentions. This is not simply a moral judgment, but a description of the actual magical mechanics involved. When you cast a curse with the intent to cause suffering, you are literally channeling hatred and malice into a structured magical effect. He gestured toward a series of objects arranged on his desk, a ornate silver goblet, an ancient-looking dagger, a beautiful necklace set with what appeared to be emeralds, and several books bound in materials that Harry preferred not to identify too closely. Each of these items, Professor Delacroix explained, has been exposed to dark magic in different ways. Your task today will be to examine them carefully and determine not just whether they have been affected by dark influences, but how those influences manifest and what specific dangers they might pose. Fleur, who was seated beside Harry, leaned over to whisper in his ear. "This is one of the most important skills you can learn," she said quietly. "The ability to recognize dark magic can save your life, but only if you understand what you are actually detecting, rather than simply reacting with fear." Professor Delacroix had apparently heard her comment, because he nodded approvingly. "Mademoiselle Delacour is quite correct," he said. "Fear is the enemy of understanding, and understanding is the foundation of effective defense. If you cannot accurately assess the nature and scope of a dark magical threat, you cannot respond to it appropriately." He picked up the silver goblet and held it so that all the students could see it clearly. "This goblet," he continued, "has been cursed to poison anyone who drinks from it. The curse was cast with the specific intent to cause slow, agonizing death to the victim. Can anyone tell me how you might detect such a curse without actually drinking from the goblet?" Several hands went up around the room. Isabella Vega, the sharp-witted Spanish girl who had become one of Harry's closest friends, was called upon first. The curse would leave magical residue that could be detected with the proper spells, she said confidently. But more than that, the emotional intent behind the curse would create a particular kind of magical signature that trained wizards learn to recognize. "Excellent," Professor Delacroix replied. "And what would that signature feel like to someone with the sensitivity to detect it?" Henri Dubois raised his hand. "Like coldness and malice," he said thoughtfully. "Dark magic always carries the emotional resonance of the wizard who cast it, so a curse intended to cause suffering would feel malevolent even to someone who could not identify the specific spell." Professor Delacroix smiled with obvious satisfaction. Precisely correct. The ability to sense emotional resonance in magical objects is one of the most valuable skills a defensive specialist can develop. It allows you to identify threats even when you cannot determine their exact nature through conventional magical analysis. He set the goblet down and picked up the emerald necklace, holding it up to catch the light streaming through the tall windows. "This piece presents a more complex challenge," he said. "The necklace itself is not cursed, but it has been used as a focus for dark magic rituals. The emeralds have absorbed magical energy from those rituals, and now carry a subtle but persistent dark influence. Who can explain why these might be more dangerous than a simple curse?" Harry found himself raising his hand before he had consciously decided to speak. Professor Delacroix nodded encouragingly at him. "A curse has a specific target and purpose," Harry said, working through his reasoning aloud. Once it accomplishes its goal, or is properly countered, the threat is eliminated. But an object that has absorbed dark magical energy becomes a source of ongoing influence. It could affect anyone who wears it, or even spends extended time near it, gradually corrupting their magical signature, or influencing their behavior in subtle ways. Professor Delacroix's eyebrows rose in surprise and approval. Outstanding analysis, Monsieur Potter. You have grasped the essential difference between active dark magic and passive dark influence. The latter is often much more insidious, precisely because its effects are gradual and difficult to detect, until significant damage has already been done. Harry felt a flush of pride at the professor's praise, but also a strange tingling sensation in his scar. It was not painful, as his scar sometimes became around sources of dark magic, but rather felt almost like recognition, as though some part of him were responding to the dark magical influences that Professor Delacroix was describing. The lesson continued with increasingly sophisticated examples of dark magical detection and analysis. Professor Delacroix demonstrated spells that could reveal the emotional history of cursed objects, techniques for safely neutralizing minor dark influences, and methods for protecting oneself against magical attacks that relied on psychological manipulation rather than direct force. But what impressed Harry most was the professor's approach to the subject. Unlike the fear-based warnings he had heard from British wizards, Professor Delacroix treated dark magic as a serious but manageable threat that could be effectively countered through knowledge and proper preparation. He never suggested that his students should avoid learning about dark magic, but rather insisted that understanding these forces was essential for anyone who hoped to defend against them effectively. Near the end of the class, Professor Delacroix presented them with their most challenging exercise yet. Each student was given a small object to examine and asked to determine not only whether it carried dark magical influences, but also to hypothesize about the specific type of magic that had been used and the likely intentions of the wizard who had created the effect. Harry's object was a simple-looking brass ring that felt warm to the touch despite the coolness of the stone classroom. As he held it in his palm and focused his magical senses on it, he immediately detected something that made his scar tingle with increasing intensity. The ring carried a complex magical signature that felt both dark and strangely familiar. There was malice in it, certainly, and a desire to control and dominate that made Harry's skin crawl. But underneath those obvious dark influences, there was something else, something that his scar seemed to recognize in a way that his conscious mind could not quite grasp. Professor Delacroix noticed Harry's intense concentration and approached his desk quietly. "What are you sensing, Monsieur Potter?" he asked in a low voice that would not disturb the other students. Harry looked up, his green eyes bright with a mixture of excitement and concern. "There's definitely dark magic in this ring," he said carefully. "Something designed to influence the wearer's behavior, I think. But there's also something else, something that feels almost familiar, though I can't identify what it is." Professor Delacroix's expression became very serious indeed. "Familiar how?" he asked sharply. Harry touched his scar unconsciously, noticing that the tingling sensation had intensified as he focused more intently on the ring. "It's difficult to explain," he said slowly. "It's as though some part of me recognizes the magical signature, even though I know I've never encountered this specific object before." Professor Delacroix glanced around the classroom to ensure that the other students were absorbed in their own work, then leaned closer to Harry's desk. "Monsieur Potter," he said quietly, "I would like you to remain after class so that we can discuss your observations in more detail. What you are describing suggests possibilities that require careful consideration." The remainder of the lesson passed quickly, with Harry finding it difficult to concentrate on anything other than the strange connection he felt to the brass ring and the increasingly insistent tingling in his scar. When the other students filed out at the end of class, he remained at his desk as Professor Delacroix had requested, the ring still resting in his palm. Professor Delacroix waited until they were alone before approaching Harry's desk and settling into the chair beside him. "Now, Zen," he said, his expression grave but not unkind, "tell me exactly what you are experiencing when you old Zat ring." Harry took a deep breath and tried to organize his thoughts. "The dark magic is obvious," he said. "There's malice and a desire to control that makes my skin feel cold. But underneath that, there's something that my scar seems to recognize. It's not painful, like it sometimes is around dark magic, but rather feels almost like an echo of something I've encountered before." Professor Delacroix studied Harry's face intently. "And when did you first begin experiencing this recognition around dark magical objects?" Harry thought about this question carefully. "I've only been exposed to a few dark magical items since I arrived at Beauxbatons," he said. "But now that I think about it, there was something similar when we examined the cursed dagger earlier in the term. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time because I was focusing on learning the detection spells, but there was definitely a sense of familiarity that I couldn't explain." Professor Delacroix nodded slowly, as though Harry's response had confirmed something he had suspected. "Monsieur Potter," he said carefully, "I believe it would be beneficial for you to speak with Madame Maxime about your experiences. What you are describing suggests that you may have a natural sensitivity to certain types of dark magic. That could be both an advantage and a potential vulnerability." He paused, studying Harry's expression before continuing. "Additionally, I would like to contact the French Ministry's Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. They have specialists who are trained to identify and analyze unusual magical signatures, and I believe they should be made aware of your unique responses to dark magical influences." Harry felt a chill run down his spine at the professor's words. Was there something wrong with him? Some kind of dark magical corruption that he was carrying without knowing it? Professor Delacroix must have noticed his distress, because his expression softened slightly. "Do not worry unnecessarily, Monsieur Potter," he said gently. "What you are experiencing is not necessarily dangerous, but it is certainly unusual and deserves careful investigation. The fact that you can detect dark magical signatures with such sensitivity could prove to be a valuable gift, but only if we understand the mechanisms involved." Over the following days, Harry found himself subjected to a series of careful examinations by French magical authorities who were far more thorough and considerably more respectful than he imagined British officials would have been. The specialists from the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes conducted detailed scans of his magical signature, administered tests designed to measure his sensitivity to various types of dark magic, and interviewed him extensively about his experiences with the ring and other cursed objects. The results were both fascinating and disturbing. According to the French experts, Harry possessed an unusually strong, natural resistance to most forms of dark magic, combined with an exceptional ability to detect and analyze dark magical influences. This combination was extremely rare, and suggested that he had been exposed to significant dark magical forces at some point in his past, most likely during early childhood, when his magical signature was still forming. More concerning was their discovery that Harry carried what they described as a persistent, dark magical resonance that appeared to be concentrated in the area around his famous scar. This resonance was not actively harmful, but it created a kind of magical echo that allowed him to recognize similar dark magical signatures in other objects and people. The implications of these findings were profound and troubling. If Harry's scar carried a dark magical resonance, it suggested that his encounter with Voldemort as an infant had left him with more than just physical scarring. There was apparently some kind of magical connection between him and the Dark Lord that persisted even now, 11 years after their confrontation. But the French experts were also quick to point out the potential advantages of Harry's condition. His ability to detect dark magical influences made him an invaluable asset in identifying threats that might escape the notice of other wizards. His natural resistance to dark magic meant that he could safely handle cursed objects and defend against dark spells more effectively than most trained aurors. Most importantly, his experiences had given him an intuitive understanding of how dark magic worked that could not be taught through conventional instruction. This knowledge, properly developed and refined, could make him one of the most effective defenders against dark magical threats in the wizarding world. Professor Delacroix was particularly excited by these discoveries, and he began working with Harry on advanced defensive techniques that took advantage of his unique abilities. These private lessons, conducted in the evenings after regular classes had ended, pushed Harry to explore the limits of his magical sensitivity, while teaching him to use his unusual gifts safely and effectively. The training was unlike anything Harry had ever imagined possible. Rather than simply learning to cast defensive spells, he was taught to read the magical signatures of his opponents, to predict their likely tactics based on the emotional resonance of their magic, and to counter dark magical attacks by understanding and disrupting the underlying mechanisms that powered them. But perhaps most valuable of all was learning occlumency, the art of protecting one's mind against magical intrusion. Professor Delacroix explained that Harry's sensitivity to dark magic made him potentially vulnerable to mental attacks, but also gave him natural advantages in developing mental defenses. The key, Professor Delacroix explained during one of their evening sessions, is not to block out all magical influence, but rather to learn to distinguish between your own magical signature and external forces that are trying to affect you. Your scar gives you the ability to detect these external influences very clearly, which means you can develop defenses that are both more subtle and more effective than conventional occlumency techniques. The training was difficult and sometimes uncomfortable, requiring Harry to deliberately expose himself to mild, dark magical influences in order to learn how to recognize and resist them. But the results were remarkable. Within weeks, Harry had developed mental shields that were stronger and more sophisticated than those of most adult wizards, while maintaining his ability to use his natural sensitivity for defensive purposes. As the term progressed, word of Harry's exceptional abilities began to spread among the faculty and advanced students at Beauxbatons. Rather than being treated as a dangerous anomaly, however, his gifts were recognized as valuable assets that could benefit the entire magical community if properly developed. Professor Delacroix arranged for Harry to assist with advanced defense classes, where his ability to detect cursed objects and identify dark magical influences proved invaluable for teaching other students. His unique perspective on how dark magic worked allowed him to explain complex concepts in ways that made them accessible to his fellow students, while his natural resistance to dark magical effects made him an ideal assistant for demonstrations that would have been dangerous for other students. But beyond the academic advantages, Harry found that his training in advanced defense had given him something even more valuable: genuine confidence in his ability to protect himself and others from magical threats. For the first time since learning about his fame in the wizarding world, he felt that he was developing real skills rather than simply being told that his celebrity status would somehow protect him. The boy who had once been manipulated and controlled by more powerful adults was becoming a young man who could stand on equal footing with trained magical professionals, not because of prophecy or destiny, but because of knowledge, skill, and careful preparation. As he practiced his occlumency exercises in his dormitory room one evening, with Hedwig perched nearby and the lights of the Pyrenees Mountains twinkling in the distance, Harry reflected on how much his understanding of magic and his own abilities had grown since arriving at Beauxbatons. He was no longer just the boy who lived, famous for something he could not remember and might not have accomplished through his own actions. He was becoming Harry Potter, a skilled young wizard who understood his own strengths and limitations, who could detect and counter dark magical threats, and who was prepared to face whatever challenges the future might hold. The transformation was far from complete, but the foundation had been laid for something remarkable. Harry Potter was becoming the wizard he chose to be, rather than the one others expected him to become, and the difference was nothing short of revolutionary. The invitation to spend Christmas holidays at the Delacour family chateau, arrived on a snowy December morning, delivered by a magnificent barn owl whose silver and white plumage seemed to glow against the grey winter sky. Harry had been sitting by the tall windows of his dormitory room, watching the snow fall across the Pyrenees mountains, and trying not to think too much about what his first Christmas away from Privet Drive might be like. The Dursleys had never celebrated Christmas in any way that included him, beyond allowing him to prepare their feast and clean up afterward. But at least he had always known what to expect. The prospect of spending the holidays alone at Beauxbatons, while not unpleasant, felt strangely uncertain. The letter was written in flowing script on paper, so fine it felt like silk between his fingers, and the Delacour family crest was embossed in silver at the top of the page. Cher Harry, the letter began in Fleur's elegant handwriting. My parents have asked me to extend a formal invitation for you to spend the Christmas holidays with our family at Château de Lumière in the Loire Valley. They have heard much about you from my letters, and are very eager to meet the remarkable young wizard who has taken the magical world by storm with his courage and independence. I've told them about your unique situation, including the fact that you have never experienced a proper family Christmas, and they are determined to remedy this unfortunate circumstance. My mother especially has been planning what she calls the perfect Christmas for someone who has never had one, which I can assure you will be both magical and memorable in ways that you cannot yet imagine. Please say that you will come. The chateau is beautiful in winter, and I would love to show you the Loire Valley during the most magical season of the year. We have many traditions that I think you will enjoy, and my parents are looking forward to getting to know the person who has become such an important part of my life at Beauxbatons. Your devoted friend, Fleur Delacour. Harry read the letter 3 times, feeling a warmth spread through his chest that had nothing to do with the fireplace crackling nearby. The idea of spending Christmas with a real magical family, people who genuinely cared about him and wanted to include him in their celebrations, was almost too wonderful to believe. He immediately set about composing his reply, taking particular care with his penmanship and his choice of words. The Delacours were offering him something precious, and he wanted to express his gratitude appropriately. "Dear Fleur and the Delacour family," he wrote, "I am deeply honored by your invitation, and would be delighted to spend the Christmas holidays with you at Château de Lumière. Your kindness in including me in your family celebrations means more than I can adequately express, especially given that this will be my first real Christmas as part of a loving family. I must confess that I am somewhat nervous about the experience, as I have no practical knowledge of how proper Christmas celebrations work, or what might be expected of me as a guest. However, I am very much looking forward to learning about your family traditions and experiencing the kind of warmth and joy that I have heard described, but never personally witnessed. Thank you again for this wonderful opportunity. I eagerly await the chance to meet your parents and to see the Loire Valley through your eyes. With deepest gratitude and warm friendship, Harry Potter." The response came back within hours, carried by the same magnificent owl who seemed to take obvious pleasure in her role as messenger between the 2 young wizards. "Mon cher Harry," Fleur had written, "you need not worry about knowing how to celebrate Christmas properly. The joy of the season is not in following rules or meeting expectations, but in sharing love and happiness with those who matter to you. My family will be delighted simply to have you with us, and we will teach you our traditions as we go. The chateau is equipped for flue travel, so you can arrive directly from Beauxbatons on the morning of December 23rd. I will be waiting to greet you, and I promise that the next week will give you memories to treasure for the rest of your life." The journey to the Loire Valley was Harry's first experience with flue travel, and he emerged from the magnificent fireplace in the Delacour family's main salon with soot on his robes and wonder in his eyes. The chateau was even more beautiful than Fleur had described, with soaring ceilings supported by graceful arches, tapestries that seemed to glow with their own inner light, and windows that provided breathtaking views of formal gardens that sparkled with frost and early morning sunlight. But it was the people waiting to greet him that truly took his breath away. Apolline Delacour was clearly the source of her daughter's ethereal beauty, but where Fleur possessed the fresh radiance of youth, her mother had the refined elegance of a woman who had grown comfortable with her own power and grace. Her silvery blonde hair was arranged in a sophisticated chignon that emphasized the delicate bone structure of her face, while her robes were cut from fabric that seemed to shift between blue and silver, depending on how the light struck them. Beside her stood a tall, distinguished man, whose warm brown eyes and genuine smile immediately put Harry at ease. Sebastian Delacour had the bearing of someone who was accustomed to authority, but wore it lightly, and when he stepped forward to greet Harry, his handshake was firm and welcoming without being overwhelming. "Welcome to Château de Lumière, Monsieur Potter," he said in accented English that carried warmth and sincerity. "We are delighted to have you as our guest for the Christmas season." Apolline moved forward gracefully to take Harry's hands in both of hers, studying his face with the kind of maternal attention that he had never experienced before. "So this is the famous Harry Potter," she said softly, her voice carrying a musical quality that reminded Harry of Fleur's laugh. "But I see not the boy who lived, but rather a young man who has found the courage to choose his own path in life. We are honored to welcome such a person into our home." Harry felt tears prick at his eyes at these words, though whether from gratitude or simple overwhelming emotion he could not say. The acceptance and warmth in her voice were so genuine, so different from anything he had experienced in his previous life, that he found himself momentarily speechless. Fleur stepped forward and linked her arm through his, her eyes bright with happiness at seeing his reaction to her parents' welcome. "Come," she said gently. "Let me show you to your room so that you can settle in. Then we can begin showing you what a proper Christmas celebration looks like." His guest room was located in one of the chateau's towers, with windows that looked out over the Loire Valley and furnishings that managed to be both elegant and comfortable. The bed was draped with curtains made from fabric that seemed to capture and hold starlight, while a fireplace provided both warmth and the gentle crackling sounds that made any space feel more welcoming. But what touched Harry most deeply were the small details that showed how much thought the Delacours had put into making him feel welcome. There were books about French magical history on the bedside table, chocolates that had been charmed to maintain perfect temperature, regardless of the weather outside, and even a small Christmas tree decorated with ornaments that seemed to dance and play among the branches. "They wanted everything to be perfect for your first real Christmas," Fleur explained, as she watched him take in the carefully arranged room. "My mother has been planning this for weeks, ever since I told her about your invitation. She believes that everyone deserves to experience the magic of Christmas at least once in their life." Harry turned to look at her, his green eyes bright with emotion that he was still learning how to express. "Fleur, this is already more than I ever imagined Christmas could be, and we haven't even begun celebrating yet." She smiled, reaching out to touch his arm gently. "Then you are in for quite a surprise, mon ami. We have a week of traditions and celebrations planned that will show you exactly how magical this season can be when shared with people who care about you." The next few days passed in a whirlwind of new experiences that exceeded Harry's wildest dreams about what family life could be like. The Delacour included him in every aspect of their Christmas preparations, from selecting and decorating the enormous tree that dominated their main salon to preparing traditional French Christmas foods that filled the chateau with incredible aromas. But it was not just the activities themselves that amazed Harry, but rather the way the family interacted with each other and with him. There was genuine affection in every conversation, real interest in each other's thoughts and feelings, and a quality of mutual respect that made every interaction feel valuable and meaningful. Sebastien Delacour was particularly fascinating to talk with, as his work with the French Ministry of Magic gave him perspectives on international magical politics that helped Harry understand the broader implications of his own choices. During long conversations by the fireplace in the evenings, he explained the complex relationships between different magical governments and the ways that Harry's decision to attend Beauxbatons had created ripple effects throughout the European magical community. "Your choice to seek education outside Britain has inspired many people," Sebastien told him one evening, as they sat watching the snow fall outside the tall windows. "Young witches and wizards across Europe are beginning to question whether they should simply accept whatever educational opportunities are offered to them by their own governments, or whether they should seek out the best possible education, regardless of political boundaries." Harry found this perspective both exciting and somewhat overwhelming. He had made his decision to attend Beauxbatons primarily to escape Dumbledore's manipulation and to seek better educational opportunities for himself. The idea that his personal choice might be inspiring broader changes in how young wizards thought about their educational options was gratifying, but also carried implications he was only beginning to understand. Apolline, meanwhile, seemed determined to provide Harry with every maternal comfort and affection that he had been denied during his childhood. She fussed over his meals to ensure that he was eating enough, arranged for his favorite books to be available in the chateau's library, and even taught him how to cook some of the traditional Christmas dishes that the family would be enjoying during their celebration. But most importantly, she talked to him about his experiences and his feelings in ways that helped him process the enormous changes he had undergone over the past few months. Her questions were gentle but perceptive, and her responses showed a level of understanding and empathy that made Harry feel valued as a person rather than simply celebrated as a celebrity. "The thing that impresses me most about you, Harry," she told him one afternoon as they worked together in the chateau's magnificent kitchen, "is not that you had the courage to leave a bad situation, but that you had the wisdom to choose something better for yourself. Many people can recognize when they are unhappy, but few have the strength and clarity to actually change their circumstances." On Christmas Eve, the Delacours introduced Harry to what they described as their most important family tradition, the telling of family stories around the fireplace while sharing a bottle of wine that had been aged with magic to enhance both its flavor and its ability to create feelings of warmth and connection among those who shared it. Each member of the family told a story about a Christmas memory that was particularly meaningful to them, and Harry listened with fascination as he learned about the history and traditions that had shaped the people who had welcomed him so generously into their home. Sebastien told the story of the Christmas when he had first met Apolline, describing how her beauty and grace had left him speechless at a ministry Christmas party, and how he had spent the entire evening trying to work up the courage to ask her to dance. Apolline shared a memory of Fleur's first Christmas at Beauxbatons, when she had been homesick and lonely until her new friends had invited her to spend the holidays with their families, teaching her that family could be found in unexpected places, and that love was something that could be shared rather than hoarded. Fleur told the story of the Christmas when she had realized that she wanted to pursue advanced magical studies rather than simply following the path that others had mapped out for her, and how her parents had supported her decision even though it meant she would be away from home for extended periods. When it came time for Harry to share a Christmas memory, he found himself at a loss. His experiences at Privet Drive had provided him with no happy Christmas memories to draw upon, and the few positive associations he had with the season came from watching other families' celebrations from a distance. "I don't have any Christmas memories worth sharing," he said quietly, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "The Dursleys never included me in their celebrations, and I spent most Christmas days locked in my room while they enjoyed their feast downstairs." The silence that followed this admission was profound, and Harry could see the shock and sadness in the faces around him as the Delacours processed what he had just told them. It was Apolline who broke the silence, her voice gentle but fierce with maternal protectiveness. Then we will simply have to make sure that this Christmas creates memories beautiful enough to make up for all the ones you were denied. And indeed, Christmas Day at Château de Lumière was everything that Harry had ever imagined a perfect Christmas could be, and more. He woke to find that someone had left beautifully wrapped presents outside his door, each one chosen with obvious care and consideration for his individual interests and needs. There were books about advanced magical theory, high-quality quills and parchment for his correspondence, warm winter robes cut in the French style, and even a magical camera that could capture not just images, but also the emotions and magical resonances present when each photograph was taken. But the most meaningful gift was a small, elegantly carved wooden box that contained a collection of family photographs showing the Delacour celebrating previous Christmases. Apolline had included a note explaining that since Harry had no family Christmas memories of his own, she wanted him to have copies of theirs so that he could understand what such celebrations looked like when shared with people who loved each other. The Christmas feast itself was a revelation of flavors and magical presentation that made every meal Harry had ever eaten seem pale by comparison. Traditional French Christmas dishes had been prepared with magical enhancements that intensified their flavors while creating visual effects that were nothing short of artistic masterpieces. But what made the meal truly special was not the food itself, but the conversation and laughter that accompanied it. The Delacours treated Harry not as a guest to be entertained, but as a beloved family member whose presence made their own celebration more complete. As the day progressed into evening, Harry found himself reflecting on the stark contrast between this Christmas and every previous holiday he had experienced. Here, he was surrounded by people who valued his company, who were interested in his thoughts and feelings, and who seemed to take genuine pleasure in making him happy. It was while he was sitting by the fireplace in the main salon, watching the magical ornaments on the Christmas tree dance and sparkle in the firelight, that Sebastian approached him with a serious expression and what appeared to be an important document. "Harry," he said quietly, sitting down in the chair beside him. "I have something that I believe you should see. It arrived by owl this morning, but I wanted to wait until after our Christmas celebration to share it with you." The document was a letter from Nicolas Flamel himself, written on parchment that seemed to glow with its own inner light, and sealed with wax that bore the ancient alchemist's personal symbol. "Mon cher young Potter." The letter began in handwriting that appeared to be both elegant and incredibly ancient. "I hope that this letter finds you enjoying your first proper Christmas celebration with the Delacour family, who have spoken to me at great length about your remarkable journey and your exceptional character. I am writing to you because certain recent events have brought your situation to my attention in ways that I believe require immediate discussion. The British magical establishment's reaction to your independence, combined with the discoveries regarding your unique magical signature that have been made by the French authorities, suggests that you may be facing challenges in the coming months that will require careful preparation and specialized knowledge. I've spent considerable time researching the circumstances surrounding your encounter with the Dark Lord Voldemort as an infant, and I have uncovered information that I believe you have a right to know. Moreover, I've reason to believe that certain individuals in positions of authority within the British magical community have been deliberately concealing this information from you for reasons that are not in your best interests. The letter continued with revelations that made Harry's hands shake as he read them. According to Flamel, Dumbledore's manipulation of Harry's childhood had been even more extensive and calculated than Harry had discovered through his own investigations. The monthly payments to the Dursleys had been only one small part of a comprehensive program designed to ensure that Harry would develop into exactly the kind of person who would willingly sacrifice himself when the time came. But more disturbing still were Flamel's discoveries about the magical connection between Harry and Voldemort. The Dark Lord's attack had indeed left Harry with more than just a scar, and the persistent dark magical resonance that the French experts had detected was apparently the result of a piece of Voldemort's soul that had become attached to Harry during their confrontation. "This information," Flamel wrote, "has been deliberately concealed from you because Dumbledore believes that you are not yet ready to understand its implications. However, I believe that you have already demonstrated the maturity and strength of character necessary to handle such knowledge responsibly, and that keeping you ignorant of your true situation serves only to make you more vulnerable to manipulation and less capable of protecting yourself effectively." The letter concluded with an invitation that made Harry's heart race with both excitement and apprehension. "If you are willing, I would like to invite you to spend the remainder of your winter holidays studying with me at my private residence. I can teach you things about magic, about your unique situation, and about Z-forces that threaten the wizarding world, that no conventional magical education can provide. The knowledge I can share with you will not make your path easier, but it will give you the tools necessary to choose that path for yourself, rather than having it chosen for you by others. The choice, as always, is yours to make." With deepest respect and admiration for your courage, Nicholas Flamel Harry read the letter 3 times before looking up to find the entire Delacour family watching him with expressions of concern and curiosity. The weight of Flamel's revelations and his invitation felt enormous, and Harry realized that he was facing another of those crucial decision points that would shape the entire course of his future. "I need to think about this," he said quietly, his voice somewhat unsteady from the emotional impact of what he had just learned. Apolline moved to sit on the arm of his chair, her hand resting gently on his shoulder in a gesture of maternal support. "Take all the time you need, mon cher," she said softly. "And remember that, whatever you decide, you will always have our support and our home to return to if you need it." Harry looked around at the faces of the people who had given him his first real family Christmas and felt a surge of gratitude so powerful it threatened to overwhelm him. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever choices he would need to make about his future, he now knew what it felt like to be truly loved and supported by people who cared about his welfare more than his fame or his usefulness to their own plans. The boy who lived had experienced his first real Christmas, and in doing so had discovered that he was capable of being loved for exactly who he was, rather than who others needed him to become. The owl arrived at Château de Lumière on New Year's Day, its feathers ruffled from what must have been a desperate flight across the English Channel in the midst of a winter storm. Harry was sitting in the château's magnificent library, working his way through one of Nicholas Flamel's ancient texts on protective magic, when the bird crashed through the tall windows with obvious exhaustion. The creature was soaked through and trembling, but it refused the food and water that Apolline immediately offered, instead extending its leg toward Harry with an urgency that suggested its message could not wait. The letter bore the Hogwarts seal, but the handwriting was unmistakably that of Professor McGonagall. Even through the formal script, Harry could sense the desperation that had driven the normally composed deputy headmistress to write to him. "Mr. Potter?" The letter began without preamble. "I realize that I have no right to contact you after the circumstances of your departure from Britain, and I understand that you have every reason to ignore any communication from Hogwarts staff. However, the situation at our school has become so grave that I feel compelled to reach out to you, despite the obvious impropriety of doing so." Harry felt his stomach clench as he read these opening words. Whatever was happening at Hogwarts must be truly serious for McGonagall to risk contacting him after his very public rejection of British magical education. The letter continued with revelations that made Harry's hands shake as he read them. Over the past month, students at Hogwarts had been falling victim to some kind of mysterious attack that left them completely petrified, as though they had been turned to stone. The victims remained alive, but were completely immobile and unresponsive, trapped in a state that resembled death, but was somehow worse because their minds remained aware of their condition. So far, the letter continued, 6 students have been affected, including Miss Hermione Granger, whose correspondence with you may have made her a target. The attacks appear to be random, with victims ranging from 1st years to 7th years, and representing all 4 houses. However, there is a disturbing pattern. All of the victims are either Muggle-born or students who have publicly questioned certain aspects of Hogwarts's traditional educational approaches. Harry's blood ran cold as he processed this information. Hermione, the brilliant witch who had written to him with such thoughtful questions about Beauxbatons, was trapped in a state of living death. Moreover, the fact that the attacks seemed to target Muggle-born students and those who questioned traditional approaches suggested that this was not random violence, but rather a deliberate campaign of terror with specific political implications. Professor Dumbledore, McGonagall wrote, has been investigating the attacks, but has made little progress in identifying either the source of the threat or effective countermeasures. The school remains open, but parents are beginning to withdraw their children, and there is growing panic throughout the British magical community. The letter's final paragraph contained the request that Harry had been dreading to read. Mr. Potter, I know that you have chosen to pursue your education elsewhere, and I respect your right to make that choice. However, the situation at Hogwarts has become desperate, and I cannot help but wonder whether your unique experiences and abilities might provide insights that our current faculty cannot offer. If you would be willing to visit the school, even briefly, to consult on this crisis, I believe you might be able to help us save the lives of the students who remain in danger. I understand that such a request places you in an impossible position, particularly given the political controversy surrounding your departure from Britain. However, I felt obligated to ask, as the safety of our students must take precedence over all other considerations. Most respectfully yours, Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry read the letter 3 times before setting it down with trembling hands. The weight of McGonagall's request felt enormous, and he could feel the conflict between his desire to help innocent students and his determination to maintain his independence from British magical manipulation. Fleur, who had been reading quietly nearby, noticed his distress and came over to sit beside him. "What has happened, Harry?" she asked gently, her voice filled with concern. Harry handed her the letter without speaking, watching her expression grow increasingly grave as she read McGonagall's desperate plea for help. When she finished, she looked up at him with eyes that reflected his own internal struggle. "This is terrible," she said softly, "but also very strange. Hogwarts has many skilled professors and access to the resources of the British Ministry of Magic. Why would they need to ask for help from a first-year student, even one as exceptional as you?" That was exactly the question that was troubling Harry most. While he had developed considerable skill in detecting and countering dark magic during his time at Beauxbatons, he was still just 11 years old and had less than a year of formal magical education. The idea that he might be able to solve a problem that had stumped the entire Hogwarts faculty seemed unlikely at best, unless, of course, the problem was somehow connected to his unique magical signature and his unusual sensitivity to dark magical influences. In which case, McGonagall's request might be less about his skill and more about his specific experience with the kind of dark magic that could cause such attacks. Before he could voice these concerns, Sebastian Delacour entered the library with an expression that suggested he already knew about the crisis at Hogwarts. In his hand was a copy of Le Prophète Magique, the French equivalent of the Daily Prophet, with headlines that screamed about the mysterious attacks plaguing Britain's premier magical school. "I see you have already received the news," Sebastian said grimly, settling into one of the library's comfortable chairs. "The situation at Hogwarts has become the subject of international concern. The French ministry has been asked to provide assistance. But so far, the British have been reluctant to accept outside help." He paused, studying Harry's face carefully before continuing. However, there have been some interesting developments that you should know about. The symptoms described by the British authorities are consistent with petrification caused by exposure to a basilisk's gaze, but such a creature could not simply appear at Hogwarts without leaving obvious traces of its presence. Harry felt a chill run down his spine at the mention of a basilisk. Even his limited education in magical creatures had taught him that basilisks were among the most dangerous magical animals in existence, capable of killing with direct eye contact and petrifying victims who saw them indirectly through reflections or other surfaces. But more importantly, basilisks were creatures that had strong associations with dark magic and were often used by dark wizards as weapons against their enemies. The presence of such a creature at Hogwarts would suggest that the attacks were not random accidents, but rather the result of deliberate action by someone with significant, dark magical knowledge and resources. "You think someone has deliberately brought a basilisk to Hogwarts?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Sebastian nodded gravely. "The evidence certainly points in that direction. But the more important question is why they would target that particular school at this particular time. The timing suggests that the attacks may be connected to your departure from Britain and the political controversy it has created. The implications of this suggestion were staggering. If the basilisk attacks were indeed connected to his rejection of Dumbledore's plans, then Harry might bear some responsibility for what was happening to the innocent students at Hogwarts. The thought that Hermione and others might be suffering because of choices he had made was almost unbearable. Over the next few hours, Harry found himself engaged in intense discussions with the entire Delacour family about the crisis at Hogwarts and his potential response to McGonagall's request for help. Each member of the family offered a different perspective on the moral and practical implications of his involvement. Apolline was primarily concerned about Harry's safety and well-being, arguing that returning to Britain would expose him to renewed attempts at manipulation and control by the very authorities he had worked so hard to escape. "You've built a new life here, mon cher," she said earnestly. "A life where you are valued for who you are, rather than what others need you to become. Going back to Britain, even temporarily, risks destroying everything you have achieved." Fleur, meanwhile, focused on the humanitarian aspects of the crisis, emphasizing that Harry's unique abilities might indeed be crucial for saving the lives of the petrified students. "If you truly are the only person who can help them," she argued, "then don't you have an obligation to try, regardless of the personal cost? These are innocent students who are suffering through no fault of their own." Sebastian took a more pragmatic approach, analyzing the political implications of Harry's potential involvement and the ways that his assistance might be used by various factions within the British magical establishment. "If you do decide to help," he warned, "you must be very careful about the conditions under which you provide that assistance. The British will try to use your involvement to suggest that you have acknowledged your obligation to return to their sphere of influence. You must make it clear that any help you provide is given freely as an independent agent, not as a British citizen returning to his proper place." But it was a letter that arrived the next morning that ultimately helped Harry make his decision. The correspondence was from Nicholas Flamel himself, written in response to the news about the Hogwarts crisis that had apparently reached even the ancient alchemist's remote residence. "Mon cher Harry," Flamel wrote in his distinctive ancient script, "I have been following the developments at Hogwarts with great interest and considerable concern. The symptoms described by the British authorities are indeed consistent with basilisk petrification, but there are aspects of this situation that suggest a more complex and dangerous threat than has been publicly acknowledged. Based on my extensive research into the circumstances of your early encounter with the Dark Lord Voldemort, I believe that the basilisk attacks may be connected to the same dark magical forces that created your unique magical signature. If this is the case, then you may indeed be the only person capable of resolving this crisis safely and effectively. However, Flamel continued, attempting to address this threat without proper preparation and support would be extremely dangerous, both for you and for the students you would be trying to save. The forces involved are far more powerful and sophisticated than they appear on the surface, and rushing into this situation without understanding its true nature could have catastrophic consequences. The letter concluded with a proposal that made Harry's heart race with both excitement and apprehension. If you are willing to accept my guidance, I can provide you with the knowledge and preparation necessary to address these crises effectively, while protecting yourself from the various forms of manipulation and control that the British authorities will undoubtedly attempt to employ. The training would be intensive and would require you to confront aspects of your own magical nature that you may not yet be ready to face. But it would also give you the tools necessary to act as an independent agent, rather than as a pawn in someone else's game. The choice, as always, is yours. But if you decide to proceed, I suggest that you come to my residence immediately, so that we can begin your preparation without delay. Harry showed Flamel's letter to the Delacour family, and the discussion that followed was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Here were people who cared about him, genuinely debating the best course of action for his future, not because they wanted to use him for their own purposes, but because they wanted to help him make the choice that would be best for both himself and the innocent people who were counting on his help. After several hours of careful consideration, Harry made his decision. "I have to try to help them," he said quietly, his voice carrying a conviction that surprised even himself. "Not because I owe the British magical world anything, but because they are innocent people suffering who might die if I don't at least attempt to use my abilities to save them. But I want to do it on my own terms, with proper preparation and support, and with absolute clarity that I am acting as an independent agent rather than returning to British control." Apolline reached out to take his hands in both of hers, her eyes bright with tears that reflected both pride and fear. "You have the heart of a true hero, mon cher," she said softly. "Not because you are willing to sacrifice yourself for others, but because you have learned to balance compassion with wisdom and courage with caution." The next few days were spent in intensive preparation for what Harry had begun to think of as his mission to Hogwarts. Sebastian used his connections within the French ministry to arrange diplomatic protections that would prevent the British authorities from attempting to detain Harry or force his enrollment at Hogwarts against his will. Apolline helped him select appropriate clothing and equipment for what might prove to be a dangerous confrontation with dark magical forces. And Fleur worked with him on advanced defensive spells that might prove crucial if he found himself facing the basilisk directly. But most importantly, Harry spent long hours studying Flamel's texts and letters, learning about the theoretical foundations of the magic he would be facing, and the specific vulnerabilities that basilisks possessed. The ancient alchemist's research was more comprehensive and sophisticated than anything Harry had encountered in his formal education, and it provided him with insights that he knew would be crucial for his success. On the morning of his departure for Flamel's residence, Harry stood in the courtyard of Château de Lumière, surrounded by the family that had given him his first real experience of love and acceptance. The contrast between this send-off and his desperate escape from Privet Drive could not have been more stark. Here, he was leaving with the support and blessing of people who cared about his welfare, carrying with him the knowledge that he had a home to return to, regardless of what challenges he might face. Apolline embraced him with tears in her eyes, whispering words of encouragement and protection in rapid French that made him feel as though he were surrounded by invisible armor. Sebastian shook his hand with the kind of respect that one adult offers to another, acknowledging that Harry was embarking on a mission that required both courage and maturity beyond his years. But it was Fleur's farewell that affected him most deeply. She simply looked into his eyes for a long moment, as though trying to memorize every detail of his face, before speaking in a voice that carried absolute conviction. "You will succeed, Harry," she said quietly. "Not because you are the boy who lived, but because you have learned to think for yourself and to act from wisdom rather than blind obligation. The students at Hogwarts are fortunate to have someone like you willing to help them, even if they may never fully understand the price you are paying to do so." As Harry stepped through the portkey that would take him to Nicholas Flamel's residence, he carried with him not just the magical knowledge and diplomatic protections that would be necessary for his mission, but also the emotional foundation that came from knowing he was truly loved and supported by people who valued him for exactly who he was. The boy who lived was about to face his greatest challenge yet, but he would do so not as a pawn in someone else's game, but as an independent agent acting from his own moral convictions and supported by the kind of genuine relationships he had never dared to imagine possible. Whatever awaited him at Hogwarts, Harry Potter was ready to face it on his own terms.